Talking about the girl you met, and I'm really trying to forget. I'm telling you I'm fine, but I'm just a mess, and I don't wanna give up, not yet. I know this is over, but I'm not over you. I just can't believe what you say is true. I'm sick of you lying behind my back. Is this how you ended after all? I hope she was worth it. I hope she's perfect. I hope she's everything that I couldn't be. I hope she makes you smile more. I hope she's what you asked for. I hope she's everything that I couldn't be. You've been talking about the girl you met, and I'm really trying to forget. I'm telling you I'm fine, but I'm just a mess, and I don't wanna give up, not yet. I'm sick of everyone and everything. 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 I hope she was worth it. I hope she's perfect. I hope she's everything that I couldn't is what you asked for. I hope she's everything that I could be. Everything that I could be. Everything that I could be. Everything, everything, everything that I could be.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome back to the Meowrathon, game 3 of 12. Right now we got Blades in the Dark with Joshua and all these wonderful folks. Just a reminder that your donations will impact the game, and right above the kitten cam here, you can kind of see what you can do. On top of that, Daryl has a unopened copy of Blades in the Dark. So if you want that, we're gonna give that to the highest total donations. So get that money
It's pretty
in.
awesome too.
Yeah.
It's nice and dark.
So let's get that rolling. And with that, I'm gonna hand it off to Joshua.
Welcome, everyone, to Meowrathon 2022 session of Blades in the Dark. My name is Joshua, and I'll be your GM. In just a moment, you'll meet our crew of scoundrels that I've assembled to embark on a tale of heists and hijinks. But first, I'd just like to give a big shout out to the OD&D crew for putting this together, and of course, Simply Cats. Remember, all the money collected today goes to help an awesome no-kill, no-cage cat shelter. But while this is for charity, we don't want to just, get something for nothing here. So we do, just like in the haunted city of Duskfall, where our story is going to take place. If someone's going to ask you to part with your hard-earned coin, we want to give you something in return. So as Dan mentioned, you get entered into a raffle where you can win all sorts of goodies based on your donations. The more you donate, the more chances you get. Daryl, our friend here, is going to be auctioning off his Blades in the Dark book for you, fresh, in the package. So if you like the game, certainly donate lots and lots, and you might get the book. And if you're saying, well, I'm not here for stuff, I'm here for stories, we got something for you too. You can see there the donation list has all the different perks. You can donate for extra dice, extra resources, start a clock, which we'll get to, introduce a devil's bargain and tempt one of our players to get an extra dice if they accept whatever you want to throw at them. So just keep those donations going. So today we're going to be playing a one-shot called Feline, Fern, Felony, which is a great title for either a noir pulp novel or a Looney Tunes caper, and we'll see which one this ends up being. The game definitely works in a collaborative writer's room style dialogue between the players and the GM. So everyone here is going to be just as surprised. There's no real prep work that's gone into this. We're just going to make it up as we go along and see what the dice tell us to do. And the game really should be played, it's best pictured in my mind as very cinematic. Think of your favorite TV show, that heist kind of TV show, and you've got the general vibe. So picture this as the opening crawl as I'll set the stage. Our story is set in the city of Duskfall. Duskfall shares many similarities with the European Victorian era city at the start of the Industrial Revolution. Think Jack the Ripper or Peaky Blinders. However, there are a couple crucial differences. First, the sun has exploded. The world is in a state of perpetual darkness. The city is powered with electric lights that are powered by electroplasm, which is essentially refined life force harvested most abundantly from sea demons known as leviathans. Think like whale oil. Electroplasm doesn't just keep the lights on, it also powers the electric fence around the city that keeps out all the ghosts. Because the second biggest difference in Duskfall is it's haunted. If anyone dies, whether from natural causes or for any other reason, within a few days, a ghost will inevitably rise. And while it may seem like grandma at first, the longer she's a ghost, the more feral she'll become. So the spirit wardens are tasked with gathering any bodies within the cities. When someone dies, a bell chimes from their crematorium, and a death seeker crow will fly from the bell tower directly to the corpse. And the spirit wardens follow behind, load grandma into the back of their cart, and take her body away, never to be seen again. Some people say that the spirit wardens are harvesting the energy from the corpses to make electroplasm. Others say that they're just glad the city isn't overrun with ghosts like most of the rest of the world is on the other side of the fence. Obviously, there are many factions in the city of Duskvault that do not appreciate the spirit wardens and their death seeker crows always finding their bodies. And one such faction is a coven of mysterious witches known as the Dimmer Sisters, who have recruited our crew of infamous scoundrels to help them deal with the crows. And with that, let's meet our crew. We'll go around. Everyone just introduce yourself, tell us what character you'll be playing, and then give us a 2-minute quick vignette, and I can fill in for any NPCs. But just, if we're picturing this as a cinema, we just saw our opening crawl. Now we're going to have some flashbacks to how you got recruited, where a mysterious hooded figure will give you an envelope, and that will be your invitation from the Dimmer Sisters. And let's start with Glean.
Hey, I'm Tip Stowell, also known as Skeleton. I'm playing Julian Shaw, also known as Glean, who's going to be the Hound playbook. And I'll paint a scene with him. I'm actually imagining an auction house, like a elaborate setup for the rapid fire items being on display. But there's one item that Glean's been waiting for all night, and he sits in the audience, kind of stands out a bit because he is he's from the island Tykeros, which is where the demon blood, which is manifests in different different ways of the physicality. Sometimes it's horns, sometimes it's scars or mutated skin or something. Glean's got a bit of a dog head. He literally has like the head of a Doberman, and living up to the Hound archetype. And he also, he normally would expect it to be more of a stealthy type, but he's really, he kind of stands out right now in this audience of like dark dressed elites. He's standing out in like a Hawaiian shirt, basically a bright pink Hawaiian shirt and slacks, and sharp features, sharp dressed, and is waiting for a particular item to come up. And once the item comes up, he starts bidding, and I think from there it's a pretty heated auction battle, a betting battle of sorts. So he's constantly throwing in more coins to try to get higher up there, but he's eventually outbid. And from there, the auction house scene, he kind of stomps his feet and leaves at the back before the auction ends, and gets into a cloak and pulls out a sniper rifle. And after that, he finds a spot to hide out and finds the person who won the auction going home with their nice item, and tracks him down and gets ready to take the shot. I would roleplay more of this, but really there's not a lot of dialogue here. It's very much a
Yeah, it's cinematic. That's what we're going for.
But what I will roleplay is him getting the item that he has, finally retrieving it off the body of the one he is his mark, and he brings it into a local shop, so the bell jingles to open the door to come in, and he comes up to he saunters up the counter in like the more outlandish clothes here, and he goes, I got what you wanted, and it actually saved you some money, so a lot cheaper this the way I handled it.
Shopkeep, he's dressed in fine business suit, picks the item up off the counter and inspects it and says, I don't know how you do it, but you know what? I'll keep the money coming so long as you keep on doing it. And he tosses you a bag that's just filled with some odd coins.
Yeah. Hey, as long as you don't mind the mess, I can clean that up. I got that, but anything for a little treat. So he takes his coin and he immediately goes to visit his friend, who's a physiker, a doctor, and he spends that coin on some something to keep him a little jazzed up. And he at this point is just ready to party the night away, and is looking for, he's trying to schmooze with some other elites and kind of fit in where he doesn't exactly belong.
So you arrive at old manor that's now become a pub of elites, and you've schmoozed your way into this place 100 times. You wait the line out the door, and the bouncer says, "Sorry, bub, it doesn't seem like I got you on the list this time."
Oh, that's funny. No, let's run that list down. Let's take a look. You're gonna see Julian right at the top. You don't see it?
No, I'm looking here, and while he's looking down at the list and he's perusing it, you feel just a tap on your shoulder.
I turn around.
Figure that's cloaked and kind of hunched over quickly just hands you an envelope and then scurries off.
I think this is my invitation to get in. Or actually, let me read this real quick.
And as you open the envelope, the screen kind of fades out, and we'll open back up with, where do we see Eelhand? What's going on? Introduce yourself.
Ooh, hello everybody. My name is Daryl. I'm here in Boise. I played 5e out of my garage with some friends and never played Blades in the Dark. Outside of gaming, I'm also like to do search and rescue work. So go get lost and support your local search and rescue. But today I'll be playing Hickston Eelhand, who is a leech. So a leech is kind of a saboteur technician sorts. And if you're taking your cinematic situation, you would see your hooded figure. We're actually going to start that same hooded figure you just saw, walks back through the screen, kind of down an alley, past a little place serving up mushroom stew. Poor folks walking down the street, and there's an alley, kind of steam coming off of it. And this hooded figure kind of has a bundle, and they leave this little bundle by some trash. And they kind of just drop the bundle and go. And kind of out of the alley, you see this hunched figure with some. You see just a hunched figure with tricorn hat, kind of this figure going along, suspenders, big wide belt, and sweeping up trash, kind of picking things, tossing things over his shoulder. Nope, not that one. Kind of sharp glinting eyes, his wide eyes pierce out and they look and see the package, and he kind of shuffles over, picks up this bundle, and like goes back into the end of the alley into this little ramshackle hut. And you see as these wide eyes look out, and he opens the package and finds a music box, this beautiful music box, intricate, but he opens it up and it doesn't play. It doesn't play. So he's like, oh, I can fix this one, huh? And he goes out, pulls a little pick out of his hair underneath his hat, and tinkers with it, and eventually gets the music box going. And he opens the music box up as it starts to play, gets through all of its music. He looks around, all of his trinkets, all of his toys. And then suddenly the music box stops, and the lid pops open, and an envelope sticks out. And that's where he gets his envelope.
Black. Yeah, fade to black. And then we open up again on Mist.
Hey y'all, I'm Crimson Galaxy. That's KRIMSIN, because I'm not me without a little bit of sin. And I think we're going to open up in the middle of a job where they've managed to stay out of sight up to this point, even though there's lots of people around. And you see them just like dart out into the open and grab a box that is just sitting with everyone in the room looking at them. And she gives them a little wink and then disappears and floats up through the ceiling to the roof. And then you see her reappear and she zip lines out of there. When she gets back to her place, she again just like opens the box, pulls out what she was stealing, and there's a note in there. Yeah.
Fade to black. All right. And next up, we got Echo.
Hello, I am Paula.
Did we lose her?
Do you still
Yeah.
have me?
Okay, you're back.
Nope.
Oh no.
Perfect timing.
I'm playing Echo, a whisper character. Can you hear me okay still?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, great. So it's probably not too far away from where Eelhand was, in one of those dark, misty, foggy back alleyways. You see this very slight built woman with dark hair, streaked with gray, kind of worn up in this messy, frizzy bun with hair sticking out everywhere. She's wearing a long coat that is made from a very tattered, very faded patchwork quilt. Underneath that, she's got a loose fitted, faded black dress, and she's wearing some lace up Victorian looking boots. It's very hard to guess her age. She could be 25, she could be 55. She doesn't say a lot, but when she does talk, she kind of just repeats the same few phrases over and over again, which is why she's called Echo. She moves very erratically, and her eyes are very wide. She's looking around constantly, like surveying her surroundings. But it's very apparent that what she's seeing is not what everyone else sees. So yeah, she's just kind of wandering around in this back alley. I guess a hooded figure comes up to her, taps her on the shoulder. She turns around, her eyes wide, and accepts an envelope.
All right. Fade to black. And then last but not least, Hook.
All right. I'm Matthew. I'm going to be playing Stev Savoy, alias Hook. So we fade in on a pub. Looks like a longshoreman's pub. Plenty of other dock workers there, but one certainly sort of stands out in particular. Big fellow, kind of egg-shaped almost, balding, short, round, but gigantic muscles, sitting at the bar, getting a drink, and the bartender slips him a envelope and asks, "Still looking for work, Hook?" He answers as usual, "Can always use the coin." He finishes his drink, grabs his longshoreman's hook from off the bar, and heads on out to the job. Fade to black.
All right. So you've all received your mysterious envelopes, and we'll pick back up. Kind of the shot opens, so to speak, with you guys walking into a manor. You follow the directions on your envelope, or in the letter in the envelope, and it told you to meet at some old rundown place you'd never been to before, never really heard of before. As you approach, it's this old house that looks dilapidated, but no big structural damage, but could certainly use some love. Fortunately, in a world without a sun, there's not a whole lot of weeds growing up everywhere, but they would be otherwise, right? And you walk in the door, and as you walk up to the door, it opens, and we kind of see the crew stumbling in, and the place inside is immaculate. So much different than the outside. Beautiful artwork, sculptures, just no people that you see. It's a big foyer that kind of just leads into this old manor. And you hear the chiming of a grandfather clock coming from a nearby room. What would you like to do?
Well, Hook would like to get out of there. He's not really fond of the spooky atmosphere, but he's getting paid. So he kind of looks around and waits for somebody else to take the initiative because he's not going first in there. It's looking this haunted in the foyer.
Oh man, that clock, it's a little bit off key. I gotta go. If they really want a clock that's gonna work well, you gotta have it the right key. If you're gonna have a good clock, you have to make it work. And he kind of just shuffles over and slimily pulls out a key and like pops open the clock.
Whoa,
Starts
whoa!
tinkering
You're gonna
with
ruin
it.
the value
Hey,
of that thing. Hold on.
nah,
You're gonna
I've seen a few of
completely that thing's got to be worth God, like 1,000 coins at least.
1,000 coin? 1,000 coin. I've seen these things in trash piles. They ain't worth 1,000 coin.
Oh my God.
Ah. And pops out a little gear, just tink, goes flying, and pulls out a little bag and puts in a different gear, and it goes at a different key for the talk.
You hear a voice come from deeper in the house approaching, and you see the same hooded figure that several of you saw enter the room, and a voice just says, "Would you please not do that?"
What? Fix your clock? Listen to it now. It's so much better.
It's custom made.
Yeah, by me. See, I fixed it for you.
Oh, we are so sorry that I hope the value is preserved because that is we still want the job. Can we go to the job?
Yes, let's have a seat. There's couches and very luxurious chairing situation in sort of this room that's a sitting room. So hence the opportunities to in fact sit. So the hooded figure takes a seat on one of the chairs and kind of motions for you to do the same. And as you take your seats, pulls back the hood, and it's an older woman, very straight, black hair with a couple streaks of white. She looks probably around like 60 or so, and her eyes are almost just entirely white. But you can still kind of see just an inkling of darkness that where you can tell where her eyes are focusing. And she looks kind of at each of you and says, "I assume you know why I've gathered you. You're good at what you do, and we need this done well. I've called you here on behalf of the Dimmer Sisters." And each of you would recognize that name as this mysterious coven of witches who you know mostly by rumor. The facts of the matter, the things that are true, are that no one's seen them leave their manor in decades, if not centuries. Nobody knows how many there are, who their leader is, if they have a leader. Some rumors say that they're one collective hive mind of witches, but no one's ever seen them. But their influence is felt very strongly because in the occult world, they are the game. That is, they run that territory. But no one's ever seen them, and certainly it's not common for them to reach out for assistance. So that name means something to each of you. I assume that you know you'll be rewarded for this.
Glean knows the name here means big money and connections. So he strides up. It's like, you didn't need to print the numbers or anything. I know there's going to be a nice reward. So yeah, what can I do for you?
Well, that's one of the things I wanted to discuss. You won't be receiving any coin, but you will be rewarded if you can succeed. Allow me to explain. This job should be nothing more than a simple run to the store for some milk. You see, the sisters, they require feline fern. And kind of looks at you each. It's grown in a far-off region. Obviously, growing crops without a sun, difficult. And this needs to grow in just the right conditions. Very expensive, but also highly regulated for its properties. I imagine in your line of work, each of you has struggled with a crow showing up right after a witness decided not to speak. And you can see just the twinge, as if she was like cracking a joke, the twinge of a smile just starting to form on the corner of her lips, and she catches herself. Those death seeker crows cause problems for all of us. And so we've been training some furry companions. She reaches over and picks up just like a small can and starts to shake it. Several cats, all different colors, sizes, all rush into the room and start just like swarming around like a group of sharks around her feet.
Glean instinctually is like, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay.
Yeah,
What's
Hook
the
looks absolutely like overjoyed at first, and then catches himself and goes back to his serious stern look.
Up until this point, Echo has been just kind of staring up into the ceiling and not really paying attention. But when all the cats run in, this catches her attention, and she just kind of crawls onto the floor and starts stroking one and kind of talking to them.
So, Crimson, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Mist actually has been in like the most shadowed chair this entire time and just like gets up. I forgot to mention it earlier, but I am playing the Lurk, which is a stealthy infiltrator and burglar.
Whoa, what did you get here? Whoa, there's 5 of us? Hold on.
I've been here the whole time. What do you mean?
Blended right in.
And I also just like pulled the gear out that was popped out of the clock and hand it back to her and just be like, I believe this went flying. And then like I just bend down and pet one of the cats that are at my feet.
You see, these ones have become affectionate, well-trained, such good kittens, and just this time doesn't even try to hide it, just the biggest grin on her face as she starts playing with and petting the cats and tossing some of the food pellets that were in the can to them. But no match for the crows, not yet. You see, with a certain amount of training and a certain ritual, the feline Fern will unlock something in them, and they'll be able to counteract those pesky birds. Kind of roughhouses as one of the cats when she says that last bit. The sisters, one of their agents, have discovered that a shipment of feline Fern will be delivered at Gaddock rail station in just 2 days. We'll need you to gather that for us. The fewer witnesses, the better. And you can leave it here, and hands you a map. On it is circled in one of the many canals that go through the city. Underneath an overpass, there's just a place that's circled, kind of a remote-ish place. And as I said, instead of receiving coin for this one, how about you have a way to deal with those pesky crows? And then kind of holds up just a group of kittens, like, hey.
Now, I'm going to need you to be explicit with this deal here. I want the fuzzy orange one.
You can duke it out amongst yourself for who gets little rascal here.
Deal.
I wasn't as interested until you said they could chase off those crows.
Once we get that feline Fern, they'll be able to take care of any crows that you need. No
Hmm.
more unwanted people snooping around.
What is
Out
that?
to
Because they're
the-
rescues, huh? You picking up cats off the street and training them? Huh? What do you think? You're just rescues. You're bringing in rescues, huh?
They're well cared for.
Well, all
Now
right, all
tell
right.
me, will these be trained shoulder cats?
She nods and taps
Hmm,
her shoulder a couple times, and one cat hop up on each shoulder, and they're just perfectly poised and posed.
very good.
Never knew a cat that could take orders. That's a lot more appealing. All right.
Oh, it's because it's a
Okay.
rescue. It's a rescue, he says, huh?
Hmm. Well,
So what's so special about this feline fur? You know, why does it work so well, huh? Is there anything special about it I gotta know?
I'll tell you one thing. It
Is it slick?
stinks.
Stinks,
It
huh?
the smell is. I can get it from a mile away.
Oh
Nose
man,
doesn't lie.
you must have a good nose.
You should clean out their boxes more often if you can smell it like that.
Sounds toxic. Is that melt through stuff or what?
It's what it needs to be. She kind of just
Alright.
narrows her eyes. She puts her cloak back up and says, "I'll be seeing you there," and kind of points over to the map and just kind of slinks back through the house. And we'll fade to black again. So now we're going to enter into the score. And as I said, we didn't prep anything. So, I'm not a proficient scoundrel. Fortunately, our characters are. So we're going to just, if you needed to plan something, flash back to when you did that plan, but we're going to jump right into the heat of it. The one part we will need to decide as a group is the overall plan. What method of obtaining it? And some of the suggestions we'll say provided by the system are an assault, an occult, deception, social, stealth, or transport. What kind of plan in those kind of big picture categories would you guys be most interested in exploring?
Hit us with that list again. You said it
Sure.
so well.
Yes, it's assault, occult, deception, social, stealth, transport.
Well, so what do we know about the score? It's train with a shipment of the fern. Do we know how much fern it is? Is it like boxes and boxes, or is it just one little box?
Yeah, so we can kind of flash back to talking with the woman, and she explains it'll probably be about 3 barrels worth. They're kept in bales that are put into these barrels for storage to help keep them sealed and from drying out. So 3, regular standard issue barrels, I suppose.
It's from the barrel store. Yeah, just the usual.
Yeah, exactly.
barrel.
Everyone's picturing the exact same barrel in their head
Yeah.
right now.
All right, well, barrels shouldn't be too hard to lift. I think we can probably do it stealthy. I don't think that's necessarily Hook's forte. He might be more of a distraction guy than a stealth guy, but 3 barrels, I think we could sneak him out of there.
And we need to get the whole. We need to get the whole barrel, huh? The whole thing, or can we siphon it off or something? We just need to get the fluid, right?
Not sure if the cat grass is so much of a fluid as more of a loose leaf, but that's something to look into.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair, huh? That might change things, huh?
You can make it a smoothie if you want to be the stinkiest smoothie I ever heard of, but that's not my taste.
So what does transport mean?
So if it's transport, then the part that you would begin with is the route. And most of the score would be based around transporting and the obstacles and hijinks that come with transporting. So in that scenario, it implies, or one thing it could imply would be that the sort of the actual heist went off without a hitch, but somehow between getting from point A to point B, that's where all the obstacles occurred.
So we have a book for raffle. Remember, audience members, the highest bidder will get this book. And consulting the book on page 127, we have a list of them. So assault, I'll read them out real quick, is do violence to a target. Deception is lure, trick, or manipulate. Stealth is to trespass unseen. Ooh. Occult is to engage a supernatural power. Maybe that could be Echo. Social is to negotiate, bargain, or persuade. Julian seems to be pretty strong in that. And transport is to carry cargo or people. I think we could get rid of the transport thing.
Well, stealth is basically my way of doing every job.
Echo. So tell me, Echo. You seem like a very mystical type, huh? What do you consider? You consult some sort of higher power?
Hello.
What do you got? Do you go after some power or something? Like, I hear you whispering and repeating yourself. Who are you talking to?
You all right, love?
Okay, yeah, that's all right. Well,
Do-
it seems like you talked to somebody. Great.
Do you do pen and paper at all? Can we get some communication that is not the same few sentences?
Dunno.
I think I got the meaning from that. Yeah.
Well, she seems like she consults some power. That's a pretty good one.
That's all right.
It seems like she's somewhere else, not here. I maybe hanging out with the ghosts right now. But out of character, I keep thinking about with the train heist. I keep thinking about the Final Fantasy VIII train swap. If you guys played that game, it is a very elaborate plan where they switch train cars, and you also fight a zombie versus the president. So I don't know how that would go, but like if we want to do a transport mission, we switch train cars, do something extremely elaborate. I'm down for that.
I think we're pretty well equipped also for like a stealth mission.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think a lot of us have good stealth options.
I'm leaning to stealth.
All right, so let's go with a stealth, and then what I'll need is what is your point of infiltration? So, we're thinking big train yard, lots of there's a big gate, like a big wall that just surrounds the whole train yards, and lots of trains coming and going. Probably about 10 different spots for tracks and their different stations. Different spots for each one. You don't necessarily know which train or which track it's coming in on, unless maybe you do. Maybe we flash back to you learning that. But just for this point right now, finding out where it is. But how do you want to get into the train station? Where do we first see you guys being stealthy? If this is a stealth mission, are you guys stealthy before you get into the train station? Are you stealthy trying to sneak into individual trains? Where's the first time we see the crew being stealthy?
I just want to ask, I think Glean would actually look over the party and be like, okay, before we agree to this sneaky business, which I could be sneaky when I need to, but I want to know what's everyone's specialties, because I usually work alone, and when things don't go my way, I'll take a more drastic action. So before I get planted with the sniper rifle and all that, we don't need to bring that in just yet. But I mean, what's everyone's wheelhouse? Because I know I could be a distraction. I could be stealthy when I want to be, and I also can sniff out that fern because I wish I could get away from that smell, but I can't help smelling it. So what are we dealing with? You're Hook. You're a big guy, right? Like, are you good at punching?
Yeah, I'm tend to be the one who's the drastic action, shall we say, and sometimes just showing up helps the drastic action be avoided. Because they see me and they realize maybe it doesn't have to go that way.
All right. Would you feel comfortable being all stealth-like? Or
Yeah, see, stealth is not exactly my thing. I was thinking I'm more of a stroll up and talk to a couple of guys while some other folks sneak type.
Mm.
Because, they never pay good enough on these guard jobs. And really, if somebody could talk to them about the benefits of organizing their labor, they could be getting a better deal out of this whole thing. And frankly, I'm just doing them a favor by introducing them to the concept. And if in the meantime some of their boss who is not paying them enough happens to lose some cargo, what's it to them? They're going out for drinks to talk over the plan. It's nothing.
So Hook, you're saying you want to walk up to a moving train, huh?
Well, I was thinking more at the loading dock. See, I know some folks in the cargo business, let me say.
All right. I mean, if you wanted to make a moving train not moving, I could probably help you with that. And he pulls out like a 5-foot long tube with a sharp end, and out of his hat he pulls what looks like a fur ball, and pulls some slime kind of out of his hair, puts it in, sticks it in the tube, and thump, shoots this blow dart kind of thing. Goes into a, imagine we're out on the street and somebody's rolling a cart by, and it hits the wheel of the cart and just melts the axle of the cart, and the wheel falls off. I could make a few things happen. Huh?
That is
check out these
fascinating.
caustic fur balls. That's what I got.
Remind me to never be on your bad side.
And you see, like, he's got acid scars on his face and hands.
I wasn't going to say anything about his particular smell, and now I'm definitely not going to say anything about his smell. But so wow, okay, you could derail the train if you wanted to, but also you probably could get us past some security or doors, right? You could get us in when the talking doesn't work. You could force your way in, and the sneaky, I think we got. Was it Mist and Echo? Are you two the sneaky? I Mist is definitely the sneak. I didn't even know you were in the room before. That's sneaking is your thing.
I like the shadows.
I think if we procure some tickets and get on this train and then make a big distraction and then they stealth in to get those barrels, maybe swap them out or something. And then Echo, do you feel stealthy? Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to talk over you.
That's all right.
That's one of your phrases. Do you like a thumbs up or something?
That's all right.
She's saying yes, man. Come on.
Okay, okay. I'm still all right. That's fine. So let's do. Yeah, I think if we want to stealth this, maybe would I have some connections? Maybe get us some tickets on this train. Is it going to stop at a station or is it?
So yeah, it's going to be stopping at Gaddock Rail Station. So you guys will kind of zoom in on the party as they sort of approach. Maybe we have people going off in separate ways. Someone's going to deal with the guards. People are going to go and get the cargo. Before we get there, right now, everyone go into your character sheets in Roll20 and decide how many items are you bringing along for this score. If it's a light load, then that means that you'll be more stealthy, but have fewer items. Normal, sort of the difference between the two. And then heavy, you'll probably be bulky and maybe have a less effect on your stealth. Remember, you don't pick what items you need. We'll see that as you need them. You'll have your list there, but just pick what you want your load to be, how many items you want to have access to. And then, Tim, why don't you give me an engagement roll? This is for the whole team. Just roll in Roll20 1d6. This is just for luck, and this is going to tell us how doomed are we to start.
Just a d6 first roll of the
Just
game. Here we
roll-
go.
Yep, here we go.
Here we go. It's
A
a nat
one.
1. Yeah.
All right.
Storytelling.
Perfect.
Stacked against us.
All right. So, as you are approaching the station, you see that it is crawling with police officers. There's just all sorts of they're coming, going. They seem kind of like they're in a hustle and bustle, but they're all around the perimeter of the station, probably about 15 of them.
Blue shoppers everywhere. You gotta watch out for them blue shoppers. They throw you in. They're on the docks. They're on the edges. They must be knowing this is coming.
Go blimey.
Go bloomy. Yeah, big, blow them up. Yeah.
Whoa, no explosives. I think that's gonna draw a little too much attention here.
You know where somewhere the shoppers don't go is in the sewers. Down in the mushroom tunnels. There's gotta be. I know there's some tunnels around here.
That's
So
all right.
as you're surrounding and huddled up and talking, one of the officers approaches and says, "All right, now, afraid you're all gonna have to pass on."
We don't
Pass
want the
on.
crows coming after us. I'm not ready to pass on, man.
Keep it
Yeah.
moving, and pulls out a billy club and kind of just like flicks it in your general direction. Keep it moving now.
Hey, we have a
Does it
train to
look
catch.
like I'm in the wrong place? Like, I'm here to haul cargo. What do you want?
No, everyone who's inside is gonna stay inside. Everyone who's out here is gonna stay out here. Now move on.
I don't. I
Buddy.
would like. Good.
Buddy, you think you're going to stop me from doing my job? And I kind of stand forward. I'm going to try and use command to see if I can
All right.
intimidate him a little bit.
All right, so it's going to be a desperate position just because that's the result of your role. So he is highly suspicious, and you might not even necessarily know why, but he's highly suspicious. So he is very quick to call for backup and figure we'll figure this all out at the station. So desperate position to start out. Effect standard, I think. Other than that, if it works, it's going to work well. He's not bolstered by any other friends or something like that. He's outnumbered. So I think effect. And whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Can I help?
Yeah, absolutely. So describe how you want to help, and then you'll take 1 stress, and the roll will get 1 extra die. But in exchange for that, you got to tell us how is Echo helping?
What is your character doing?
So Hook is kind of standing forward with flexing a little bit, reaching for the longshoreman's hook in the back there, maybe, but approaching the officer physically, basically.
Okay. Echo's going to she's very small, but she's going to kind of creep around and just kind of look at the guy really like creepily.
All right.
So yeah, so mark 1 stress on your character sheet, and let's see what we got. All right, so we got a 3 as our highest, which is not a success.
Can I also help?
No, so you can only have 1 person assisting that gives the extra die, but more people can help, but the way that they help is by doing what's called like a setup. So that's, I'll make a distraction while you do that. So you're still helping, and that increases the effect, but only 1 bonus die for that kind of help.
Is it too late to do a setup?
I was going to say, in theory, could this be the distraction that the stealthy people were waiting for? Because
yes, but first we got to, because the roll happened, the consequence.
Gotcha.
This has to resolve. Yeah. Gotcha.
Right. And remember, you can always resist if you don't like the consequence. But I have to punish you for rolling a 3. That's all.
On 3 dice, too.
Right.
Oh, man.
So it's going to be a lost opportunity. Essentially, there's just going to be police all around you, hassling you, and they're really going to try to stop you from doing this. It's also, they're going to show their dominance, give you a 2 harm by sort of roughing you up, each of you, once they've gathered, kind of just pummeling you a little bit so that you scatter on. So it's going to be 2 harm for the group. That's because you were in a desperate position.
Oh, for all of us?
Yeah, but
Even if I
Oof.
wasn't like standing by
no,
them.
not necessarily. Not necessarily. We'll say the only people who established that they were there, the people that we saw for sure on camera, would have
Okay.
been Echo and Hook. So no, it'll be the 2 of them.
Okay.
Anyone
Because,
else is free to
yeah.
say that they were somewhere else. That's
I was
fair.
just like imagining, like when I saw the cop approaching, I like walked over to the other side and away from the group just because I know that cops, when they see people congregating, that's when they want to break it up.
Yeah, Misty, there's every trash bin comes in through here, huh? Every train's gotta offload that you gotta take some actions, on a train, and you throw those actions out at the end. Can we do a flashback of like
Well,
figuring out
we'll get to that in
background
one
and
second.
go with
So
Mist to look at
one
something?
second, we're still got our camera locked in on, and the police are approaching. Hook, do you want to resist the effect, or do you want to have the guards come and start pummeling?
I think Hook's gonna take his licks in the hopes that it helps the rest of the group escape, but he's definitely gonna accept that his plan did not work there.
Okay. And Paula, would you like to resist? The police will be coming either way since that wasn't resisted. But if you'd like, you can resist a level 2 harm. You can also use one of your items to say that you're wearing armor, and that will reduce the harm.
I would like to resist the harm.
Okay. All right. So it's going to be a prowess resistance.
Okay.
So if you click on that, and remember, it's going to be you take 6 stress minus the highest die.
Okay. And no bonus dice.
No bonus die. Okay, so the highest was a 3, so you'll take 3 stress for resisting, but you're unharmed. So the cops are so focused on this big brute of a man that they're just pummeling him, and you manage to fly under the radar, and no one just seems to notice you as you stand there and are untouched. Now we'll flash over and see what Eelhand and Miss have been doing.
Yeah, so you see when the tunnels dump out, and every now and then in the old city when it cracked, that's where the mushroom farming's at. So if we can find our way in, I got a lady Stasia. She's an apothecary, but she's also got some maps for the city. Could I do like a survey roll to know kind of some tunnels in the area that might give a back way in?
I'll do you one better. You just told us that you had a connection, so we flash back to you and do a little montage of her that connection, him or her pointing stuff out on maps, and you nodding and looking very intently, and some tunnels that lead wherever you want those tunnels to lead.
Deal. And we'll decide where they lead later.
This sounds right on right as like the plan that we all discussed and agreed upon, which is like 2 of the stealthier ones get in early, and the others of us. I actually want to do a flashback of me getting counterfeit documents saying that we have rights to be on this train and we're making a big distraction, and all these cops are surrounding us. But I would come in late with my big Hawaiian shirt and my dog head and all that. I'm like, whoa, officers, what are you doing? What are you doing? They have their papers right here. And so I want to flashback to like one of my like shopkeep contact that I did that job for, like making papers for all of them, having like noble identities. Like Echo's like a princess of a noble family, and Hook is like a duke or something. And I'm just like, and there's a paper for me. It's like the loyal hound of the royal family or something.
Sure. So go ahead and mark off documents as one of your items used. And yeah,
yes.
you absolutely, you produce those documents. They're looked over, and the police officers, most of them stop pummeling Hook over there. One of them is looking over the documents, said, hold on. And then looks at you, looks at the documents, looks at you, looks at the documents.
I could read them to you if you want, if you're having trouble there.
Maybe I better let Sarge read them, and hands them to a more senior-looking officer. Takes the papers. I guess we could escort you through the premises, and
Thank you.
the 5 or so officers are hands on billy clubs, kind of like, all right, let's go. And so who all is with that group?
Oh, I was doing it for Echo and Hook because I figured
Okay.
Mist and Eelhand are sneaking in.
Right. Okay.
But
So
I'll have some prepared extra documents just in case they're caught. I want to mention that is like there's documents for all of us.
Sure. So so you got your knowledge of the tunnel, Eelhand. What are you and Miss doing now?
So you see, there's a back way into this place. It goes under the walls, and we can get right next to the tracks. There's a spot where you see they dump out the trash, but then it goes down through a chute. And so what I'm thinking about doing is trying to get up right next to the tracks. Kind of if there is a kind of a platform, kind of a little gate that comes out from the side of the platform, so we can try to get onto the train. So trying to get right at the cargo loading ramp and access the train.
You
Okay.
are way overthinking this. I was just gonna sneak right in.
I'll go for it. Maybe I'll be the way out.
All right. Yeah, I'm just going to like during the commotion, like since we found a way in, when we hear the commotion, I'm just gonna assume that like, well, I'm gonna be looking to make sure that all the cops are like paying attention to the big scene that's happening from the shadows before I like take my choice opportune moments when no one is looking in this direction to make my way closer to the train itself. And I'm just going to like literally climb up, I think like right up into one of the, try to get into like not the very back car, because that one would probably be more heavily guarded on the inside, but like sneak up 2 or 3 cars and climb up on into the middle, the separator thingy of that. And
So as you approach, you see that there are several trains in the station. Let's say that there's 3 parked and another one that you watch just rolling in as you peek up and from your hiding spot and see where the trains are. So there's several trains, and you may know which one is correct, but 2 of the trains that are stopped seem to have extra individuals loading the cargo on and off the train. And all the trains seem to have several passenger cars and several cargo cars, kind of in staggered fashion, but 2 seem more protected than others. But all of them seem to have either people getting on and off or people loading goods on and off.
Okay, flashback here. And my thinking is Eelhand would have given him one of the caustic. Hey, Mist, if you're gonna get in there, you gotta mark it. So take this caustic fur ball, and if you put it on the outside of the door, it'll put a little hole through it, and that way you can either mark it or get into something. So my thinking here is a flashback of giving him one of the caustic fur balls to use as desired.
Sure. I mean, yeah, and that's the other thing is anybody can have items, but specifically because that's your formula, you would have to sort of A-OK somebody else having that. So yeah, you have a caustic fur ball, and that won't count against your inventory unless and until you use it. But you have access to that.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
So there's guards and people afoot and several trains. What do we see Mist as she's peering from her hiding spot?
Well,
seeing
I
this and-
imagine that one of the two trains that's more heavily guarded is probably the one carrying our supply of it, just because that's the way it always goes in this game. And I'm just like drawing a blank for how I would be able to figure out which is which, because I don't have that kind of friend that would be able to get me that information.
Maybe you had a conversation with someone else who figured it out first. How about it, crew? Does anybody know which train it is, or?
I think cargo handling is kind of my thing there. So I think Hook's gonna kind of stroll up to one of the folks lifting things and going, no, you're doing it all wrong. You see, you do it like that, you're gonna blow out your back in a week. You're not gonna last a month in this job. You gotta lift from the legs, and you want to make sure you have proper back support. What are you even carrying in those things? Come on, like you shouldn't be lifting a barrel like that. And like he's trying to get a good eye on the cargo and figure out if this could maybe just be cat grass or, it's Leviathan or whatever. So.
All right. I'll say that's a-okay. It'll be a 1 stress flashback for that one.
Okay.
But you would be able to, by communicating with the people at the docks or at the yard and your knowledge of how to befriend them and casual lingo, you managed to figure out when they're expecting that train to get there. And we can even incorporate it in that flashback. Have you Hook telling Miss, it's going to be this track at this time, and so we now flash to the present and see Miss looking through, and in fact, it is one of the more heavily guarded ones, seems to match the description perfectly, and you are confident that would be the train.
Okay, in that case, I would, again, like making sure no one's watching as I'm darting across the more open areas, pull out that little caustic fur ball and just like drag it across so as to like just remove a little bit of the paint without doing any serious damage, just to mark the back of the train, and then climb up like 4 cars forward, just so just because the front and the back are going to be the most heavily guarded, and like peer up through the window to see if it's make sure it's a cargo car instead of a passenger car.
You're peeking up through the window. One of the men patrolling around the car is walking towards your general direction. You can hear his footsteps kind of approaching. What do you do?
I think if I hear footsteps approaching, I slip down and back, and I think I go under the train for a moment to hide.
All right, so we're gonna, you zip under the train, and you're holding your breath, trying to remain stealthy, and then the camera pans to the police officers and Echo, Hook, and Glean being escorted. So you're supposed to be on this train.
For the 3rd time, yes. Duke
All
Hook.
of you.
Why do you think they call them Dukes? It's because of these. You've never heard it. Put your Dukes up.
You've hurt nobility. There could potentially be consequences for this. It really, the sooner you get us on the train, the better. I don't see this. I don't want to have to tell the other nobles, but I will if I have to.
Okay, and this is out of character. Which train were those papers for? Was it the one that the Feline Fern is on?
Is it 2 separate train cars or 2 separate trains, like on different tracks going different places?
So there's multiple trains, but there would be cargo and passenger cars all on the same train.
Okay.
Sort of.
I think
in a staggered fashion, not necessarily alternating. They can be in whatever pattern you want, but sort of there's a mix.
I'm sorry, Hook. The papers are getting us onto the passenger train, but we can hopefully get you into the cargo. So we're gonna start in passenger train, and yeah, I think we're like, yeah, we're just taking this train. We're just, you know, all three of us are just like, and hopefully becoming a distraction later on, or helping to move things out of the cargo train later.
All right. And as you are being escorted onto the train, the police officers, they don't actually follow you onto the train. But the sergeant says, I'm going to go take these papers up to, you know, the embassy and just to verify. You sit tight. The train's not leaving for another hour. So relax. And, you know, if there's any questions, I know where to find you, right? So I'm going to start a clock. It's going to be, nothing's going to be on it yet. But one of the clocks is going to be that your forged documents are discovered to be forged.
Got it. Okay, so we're gonna need to hide out or something. I'll go, yeah, take your time, and the embassy will help you out. They got all the right people. We don't have any like wireless communication, do we?
That's up to you guys.
Can I invent ghost phones real quick, just to have a contact to call and be like, they're coming?
Normally, things like that would be what's called a long-term project, and that's more the campaign level of the game.
Yeah, that's not happening here.
So yeah, I don't know that you have time to invent ghost phones just yet, but
I'll work with Eel Hand on that later. We'll make a killing on it.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
I know. I was looking at my tinker.
So I'll go, like, yeah, let's take our seats. Let's get comfortable. And I also want to like establish that I think we have some suitcases, like enough that could potentially carry some of the feline fern out in it. Would that be something else I have to add to my load?
Yeah. If you want to have an item on you, just find whatever box fits it the best.
I would say either burglary gear or subterfuge supplies or something like that. Although it depends on if it needs to be multiple in the load.
So what exactly is the items on your person?
I don't want to give that to, for me personally, I want to make sure I have at least one empty suitcase that can fit a ton of this feline fern if we can't like actually smuggle the barrel out.
Yeah, I think subterfuge supplies would work for that.
Cool. Okay.
If you want to mark that off, yeah.
Yeah, I figured I'd mark one of those off too. Like, you know, he was running up and bringing us our luggage.
Yeah, like I came in late and I had the documents, and I had the luggage. Yeah.
Okay, so we're now gonna zip back to Miss under the car, and Miss, you're hiding under the car and you're holding your breath, and the footsteps that were approaching you, you hear them getting closer and closer. How are you avoiding being seen here? What are you gonna do to try to not get spotted by this guy?
I'm like going completely underneath and like looping my legs up through some of the top part to make myself actually completely unseen underneath the train.
Okay, so which ability do you think would you like to roll for? I mean, it's to me, and obviously you get to pick as the player. I could see finesse, I could see prowl.
I was thinking prowl, just because it's like that one seems to be like the more physical of the two, and I assume that is like a more physical action, holding yourself up off of the ground like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So with the prowl, I would say it's just a standard risky roll. And would you like to push yourself and receive an extra die at the cost of 2 stress? I could also give you a devil's bargain, and or someone could assist you in some way.
I just kind of want to see how this goes first. I'm not
All
even
right.
gonna try to push it or anything. I'm just gonna
That's fine.
try
That's
it.
fine.
Yeah.
You have 3 rating in that, so that's pretty good. So go ahead and you can click on the stat there. Yep, and a 6. You do it. You do it just
Nice.
with no complication. You hold yourself there perfectly, and the guard comes up and even second guessing himself, takes a quick glance under the train and doesn't see you. So now he is convinced that you are not there. As you hear the footsteps faster, kind of saunter over back to towards where he was.
The dude's
previous.
embarrassed. He was like,
Yeah,
"Why do I think someone's
exactly. Yeah.
there?"
He feels dumb because someone might have seen him just looking under the train for what he's convinced is no reason.
Well, what are you doing,
yeah.
Fred?
Yeah, exactly. So
Perfect,
yeah, Miss,
perfect.
you are super hidden and nobody knows that you are there.
Okay. And I think at that point, I am gonna pop back up if the passenger and cargo trains are staggered. I'm gonna climb back up over onto it once I am relatively certain that that police officer made their way far enough away that they wouldn't be able to see, while remaining as silently moving as possible, and check which one it is. And then I'm going to pick the lock on the cargo as long as I don't see anyone in there.
Okay, so as you get up to the lock, you look at it and you see that this lock is set up. It's very high tech. There's all kinds of electroplasm wires going into the locking mechanism itself. You recognize that this lock likely would set off an alarm on the train. So how do you want to do this?
All right, I guess I'm going to say that I brought some arcane implements with me, as well as my fine lockpicks, which I get to carry for free, not counting as one of the things. So I would pull out my arcane implements and kind of make sure that the connection stays intact so it reads like the door is still shut, and then pull out my lockpicks to actually pick the lock of the door to get in.
All right, so that sounds to me like you're gonna have a great effect. Which action rating would you like to use to attempt to not set off this alarm here and to get through this door?
Well, I think that one would probably be more of a finesse, honestly.
Yeah, that seems to fit for me. So yeah, I think it's a risky position, which is just the default. Nobody's actively looking for you, but it's not just a friendly take your time kind of thing. So I think your position is risky, but you have the tools, so I think the effect is going to be great.
Okay.
Now, Mist, if you go in there, you gotta make sure that you see just the right spot. You gotta pick the right wire. I'm totally gonna aid with a tinker. Um, you know, tinkering. He's looking at something mechanical. I'm absolutely aiding. Just giving him some sort of just the tweezers. Just these
Oh, it's
right
like a
tweezers.
setup
There's
for her, maybe.
exactly what you need. Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, we can have that.
Like this
So-
is the kind of lock, and here's the arcane, how you're going to use arcane implements on this kind of lock or something.
I'll gladly take a devil's bargain if you want me to know whatever the locks are. Some
So-
way of having the schematics for that to assist her.
Yeah, if you want to assist, then you take 1 stress and she'll get an extra die, and we would have a sort of a flashback type thing where you are teaching her how to do that. Another option could be a setup action, which is when you roll. Now, mechanically, and again, this is a fiction first game, so we're not bound to anything, but mechanically, the benefit of having a setup would be an increased effect, which you already have a great effect because you have like all the tools. So it seems more that the benefit you're looking for would be that assist action. So you take 1 stress, just and you can describe to us how it is that you helped her, even if it's in the past.
That tool.
To approach
This you take a spanner wrench, you throw it on there just right.
Yeah,
Got
I can
this.
see how that works. That's definitely, yeah, I got this.
Okay, so you can go ahead and take 1 stress, and we have a 5, which is a partial success. So I think what we're gonna do is start another clock that's just gonna be alarm system. So you make it through. The door is unlocked and the alarm doesn't sound, but there was a brief moment where 2 wires were touching that you don't think we're supposed to touch, and that sent a signal somewhere in this alarm system, right? So I'm going to start a clock that is alarm system, and I'm going to put 1 segment filled on that. And so that'll be your complication for a 5. But that being said, you're in.
And at that point, once I get the door open, I'm going to signal for him to be able to quickly try to make their way over to the car so we can both get inside of it.
Okay, so let's jump over to Echo, Glean, and Hook.
Yeah. All I'm gonna say is I think we're gonna take seats all the way near the back and near to get to the closest to cargo car as possible and try to. I'm just gonna go all right, blend in as much as possible, and I would like to scout if possible, but I'll let everyone else say what they want to do first.
Do we know where the others are?
I don't think so, unless you guys have some kind of system or have been leaving clues or trail of breadcrumbs or something like that. But
remember the plan we discussed?
Right, exactly. That's what I mean. Is you guys can say, well, I mean, you had
I did mark the car.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say you had the beginning of that to where you guys could have been leaving each other clues, or at least so far we always assume throughout the whole thing that this is all always going according to plan, no matter how far from that it might seem to us, that you guys would kind of know, all right, it's been about this long. They're probably at this stage, but you don't necessarily know that for sure unless you've been leaving clues, so to speak.
Okay, I would just like to use Ghost Mind to just contact my friends in the spirit realm to see if I can locate the others and what their progress is.
Okay, so and we got a $10 donation, so everybody can reduce the stress that they've taken so far.
Oh my God, that worked for me in real life.
Right,
stress
exactly.
is decreased. That's so great.
Exactly. That feeling is palpable.
Thank you.
For some reason, and mechanically or in the fiction, we'll describe it as each of you is kind of at a perilous moment, and there's a lot of things, but you remember you're doing it for the cats, and you guys it just gives you that little confidence to keep going on no matter where you might be at this moment. So yes, everyone can reduce a stress.
Doing it
and
for the
sorry,
killer.
So yeah, describe what that looks like. If we're watching the TV screen, what does it look like when you reach out to your ghostly friends?
I would imagine that she just kind of turns to a wall, like she's looking at something, and but obviously nothing is there, and she's just kind of mouthing some words and not really saying anything, and Yeah, she's talking to her ghost pals in the supernatural realm, but she's very animated, but she's not actually like saying anything out loud.
Okay, and you hear the faint whispers that are sort of always around you start to come in a little bit louder, and then its noise starts to really start to formulate into words, and then soon enough, you know you are in that zone and surrounded by spirits. What kind of spirit are you gonna beckon out to?
Um, can I contact a spirit of someone who used to work here?
Sure. I imagine that there's probably a lot of bodies buried pretty much anywhere in this city. Um, and so, yeah, this place is haunted, even if not directly. But when you go into the ghost world, there's all sorts of different impressions. And uh, an old conductor spirit is, as you recognize based on the clothing. It's outdated, it's old, but it's certainly conductor's clothes. Kind of floats over towards you.
Yeah, I would just like to communicate my desire to find my friends and kind of know how we can get to them.
Yes, I've been watching them. One was under the train. Now they're on the train. One of your friends is there and kind of just points directly at Glean. And one right there points at Hook. They're in the vicinity. And Hook and Glean, you don't see any of or hear this. This is all going on, but maybe Echo kind of like eyes in your general direction and looks a little bit more, but you don't otherwise know that this ghost is communicating.
I'll ask this: what do ghosts smell like? Because my dog nose could probably pick it up.
Yeah, you smell, and it's really hard to explain. It's sort of like if I was a bee trying to explain ultraviolet, what that smell
Just
of
outside the
ghost.
spectrum.
Yeah, exactly. That ghost electroplasmy smell that you pick up on, that Tycrosium blood in you is just sensitive to that, and
so things click into place about how Echo works, and I'm like, oh, okay.
yeah, you get that electroplasmy feeling, and it's kind of always there, but when there's something closer, you're more sensitive to it. I think that would, closer to a smell, it smells stronger, sort of thing.
I know this whole place is haunted, but I think this train is haunted. Go ahead.
But yeah, so and Eelhand, where's your character right now?
That is a good question. I was imagining him coming through the side of the loading dock, kind of trying to get a little kicking out a grate and having an exit available, and then looking out and seeing Echo and just pulling on her little quilted coat. Hey, oh, Echo, come in here, and seeing about pulling her in to formulate the next part of the plan.
I'm wearing a fine shadow cloak, thank you.
I was talking Echo, who had been
Echo,
trying to bring the group back together a little bit.
Oh,
so they're on the train right now.
The opposite train. Aha.
yeah, we're in the
That's-
passenger car because I used the documents to forge our
Right.
identities to get us inside.
Never
We're
mind.
taking our seats, and the train is leaving in an hour.
All right.
Sorry, I was confused because
You-
last thing I said is I signaled to you where I'm at so you could get in.
So Eelhand is going to make for so Joshua, GM here. I'm looking to break the train down so it can't move, or make it
Ooh.
stop after a certain distance. So
Okay.
can we say
Absolutely.
that I have surveyed the area and know that just outside of the gates is a tunnel, a mushroom tunnel where there's bootleg mushroom and algae farming, and that I would maybe even take a devil's bargain or some stress to have the engine break down at a certain point.
Sure. So yeah, the goal is to stop the train from leaving, or at least if it's going to leave, not get very far.
Exactly.
Which and we'll say we see you, coming through the grates. Everybody had their own different way in. You took your own little path through the grates, the sewer system. You know them well. Those tunnels. You get through the grates and get towards the train. There's so much commotion with the foolish guard and all the police, the guards talking to the police about who was that just got on that train and all of that, you managed to kind of just walk right up to the engine. Like
Yeah, I
they've
was thinking of
caused enough distraction that you can get at least to one of maybe an ancillary, maybe not the main engine, but let's say an ancillary engine is unattended and you see an opportunity. So what skill do you want to use and what items and how do you want to approach trying to make this thing
Yeah.
not work?
So it has a point in consort where just like looking like a trash man. He's got a broom out, like, hey, come on, there's trash on the tracks, and gets over and finds the brake system. And instead of going for the engines, everybody always thinks about the engines, but he's gonna go. And he's like, come on, it's a super simple lever. You rig it so that this pin drops out and the failsafe catches. So I know if I time this caustic, this is a special one I took. And he like slithers off and dips his tongue into it and wipes it into the fur ball and presses it on. It's super disgusting. And puts it on a pin for the brake lever. And I'm thinking Tinker.
Yeah,
Full
no,
on
I think Tinker works well. And yeah, I'm gonna
push this.
Okay, so you can, I'd say it's let's just for funsies sake, let's call it a risky position. But great effect because you have the caustic furball.
No, I can also see this being a wreck.
Yeah, and a lot of these do have a lot of overlap, and that's intentional. So there's a lot that fit multiple things, and that's why
I only got 2 in wreck. Come on.
Tinker so it doesn't actually cause a full train wreck.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And yeah,
it's
he's
not like
trying
exploding.
Yeah.
Right.
Gotcha.
So, you can either push yourself or devil's bargain. If I was going to give you a devil's bargain,
hit me.
You'll get an extra dice in exchange. Your caustic furball formula becomes public knowledge because some of the residue will later get noticed by someone.
Absolutely, it's a calling card. This is his moment to shine.
But get analyzed, they will.
This is the time, and people are gonna finally figure out that there's more to the. Finally.
So do you want the devil's bargain? Your formula will become public knowledge, but you get an extra dice.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you don't need to push yourself. No stress. And you can go ahead and give yourself an extra die for the devil's bargain.
Oh, 2 6s, baby.
That is a crit. So
Nice.
your caustic furball, you managed to precisely, and I mean, you were talking about tweezers and stuff like that earlier. You put it exactly where it needs to go. I'll ask you, what do you want to happen? What do you want to happen with this train?
Yes. So in this moment, I want it to seem like there has been a problem somewhere else on the train. So it runs off of ectoplasm, I'd imagine. And so there's going to be an alarm that goes off. Like there's a wire that runs through and position that caustic furball just right that it trips the wire, making it seem like there's something going wrong with the electroplasm. And at the same moment, the brake trips. And so it'll try to divert attention to the electroplasm generator battery. So that's my thinking.
Yeah.
With the crit.
So yeah, we see you expertly finessing and making sure that you have complete control over what this system and how each part is going to react with the next part down. And you have this chain of events worked out in your head perfectly. And you look down and see that the mechanically matches. It's going to do exactly what you want it to do.
And he
Um,
takes the gear that he pulled from the clock, and he's like, "This is exactly what I needed. I knew that this
Yes.
was not. This gear was perfectly gonna work." And that's what trips into place.
Yep, that's how you're able to fine tune it just right. Is that gear?
They call it Chekhov's gear. Yeah, it's a
Exactly.
notable literary trope.
So we're gonna go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. Just a chance to go get a drink of water, use the restroom if you need to, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Remember
All right.
the book.
Yes,
book.
At
and
$10
donate.
right
Yes.
now. Beat that, and you can get the book. This game is awesome. It's unique rules. Go for it.
Yeah.
What's the
Yes.
donation? The highest donation right now is it 20?
20, yep, with Snackosaurus.
Snackosaurus is on track to get a book. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Snackosaurus, let us know what devil's bargain we should do.
Right?
Maybe
All
I'm
right,
speaking
cool.
for
So I
All
will
right,
put
we'll
up
be
our
right
little
back.
intermediary screen while you go do your things.
Yes, be right back. Okay, yeah. Just keep track of.
And I'm going with the light load.
And we're back.
Hello. All right. So when we last left our group of scoundrels, yes, don't forget about the book. We got some donations rolling in during the break, but keep them rolling in, and you may win the book and all sorts of other goodies.
Jim, it looks like we're at $150 right now. So big shout out to Anonymous, maybe the group, maybe a person, but
that famous
Anonymous.
hacker Anonymous
That
himself or
hacker's
herself.
at it again. But the
Oh my God,
problem
Guy
is
Fawkes!
we're gonna have to know how to
His
get it to
mask.
him.
They've just gotten into tabletop RPGs recently. A lot less hacking.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Big fan of the
Anonymous,
cats.
if 150 stands, which come on, the challenge is out there to beat Anonymous. You're not going to be very anonymous because I have to get you this book, but we'll deal
Well,
with
I was
that
going to
down the
say,
line after we
if the
steal some
person
feline
wishes to remain anonymous, we can go with the second highest bidder. So there's still, even if you don't want to donate that much, there's still, if you beat our $20, which I believe is our current second highest bid, if anonymous doesn't come forward, we can work that out, I think.
But hey, Anonymous, I'll give you the PDF. Like you've earned it, all right. If you don't want to know, like, get your address out there, I'll give you the PDF. Don't tell John Harper.
Always remember the 5th of November.
Remember
So are
the
there
8th of July?
ghost cats? Are there ghost cats in this world? That's what I want to
Ooh.
know.
Maybe we will find out. So let's jump in. Echo, you were attuning with or communicating with the conductor, and the conductor pointed out where each of your companions, your party members, were. What do we see next?
So just to clear it up in my mind, we are on totally different trains, or just different cars on the same train.
I believe, and if someone thinks something different, we can consolidate. But I believe that everybody's on the same locomotive engine strip that I'm calling a train, with individual cars on one train.
Okay.
There are other trains in the station, but every member of your party is somewhere on this one track of train.
Okay. And so, like, the trains, there's probably a way to get from car to car, correct?
Yeah, they're all like linked together in the classic train, pin in the circle kind of thing. But there's a way to walk between cars, maybe a small walkway between each car for safety purposes.
Okay. So I know where the others are, and I would like to lead the party, if they would like to come with me to join up. I will just kind of turn to the others and say, "Hello, do me a favor." And I'm gonna say, "Come on then, Poppet," and gonna just walk through to reach the others.
I think Glean is, if this is, you should just start walking down. I'm gonna politely pull you back for a second, like, hold on, and I'm gonna start sniffing around, and I'd like to scout before, because, like, if there's guard routes, if there's something like we're not allowed to be back there, something like that, before you start, like, I imagine you know what you're doing. We're all experts here, but I'm like, whoa, hey, let me just give a quick sniff, if that's all right.
That's
So
all right.
Yeah.
hey, what are your lines?
Yeah, no, you can absolutely scout some of the complications, we'll say, or potential complications. You're not in any physical danger right now, but maybe it takes longer, or you get fixated on a particular scent. It adds time. So potentially moving forward, either or both of the forged document discovered clock or the alarm clock. The forged. So that's some. I think the complications would be more related to the clock and the time element.
That's good to know. Yeah, I am concerned about that. However, I really want to gather info to locate how to get to the target, basically. So I'd like to invoke my special ability of Scout and get the +1 effect. So would this bump me up from risky to to controlled, or would this be a different
So-
effect?
Yeah, so I think you're in a controlled position. I mean, right now, other than the fact that it would be time consuming, nobody's really on to you right now. I mean, you have a couple suspicious cops, but they're not there. And certainly your scouting is relatively subtle. So I think you're in a controlled position. I think you have standard effect. I think most people, if they were trying to just scout cold like that, would probably have a limited effect, just sort of looking around and trying to smell. But because of your heritage, I think that gives you up to a standard effect. So I think you're in controlled standard. And then do you want a devil's bargain? You can push yourself. If someone wants to help somehow, certainly you can get assistance. You're all on the train.
Hey, we're here to have fun. I want a devil's bargain, and I have survey. I'm rolling 2 die, so this would get me a third one if I take it.
Okay. So the devil's bargain.
I want to
if you-
create problems on purpose.
Yeah, if you choose to accept it, would be that you you get an extra die to your scout roll, but the bounty hunter that you indicated as your rival or not a friend, enemy, what have you on your character sheet.
Oh, Cast of the Bounty Hunter.
Cast of the Bounty Hunter. You managed to spot Cast of the Bounty Hunter amongst the people in the train station. Whether Casta knows you're there or not, we don't know. But that's the devil's bargain, is you get an extra die, but in your scouting, you also notice that person is present.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I absolutely want to take this, and I think this is a moment where you see Glean, you see this hound-headed, exuberant dressed, like someone like he looks controlled. He looks like this is his element, and he's like step back, and he's like trying to look as cool as possible. And he's like, hold on, let me like get a read of the situation. Let's figure out how to get back over there and meet up with the rest of our crew and like get this done right, And he's looking around, he's sniffing around, he has. Like kind of his ears are doing like he's got the dog ears too, and they're doing like the tilt, like the and he's like listening, and he's like almost just mapping out the whole area. But as he does it, it's like a pointer dog just kind of like locks on as looking at all the passengers and just locks on to this beautiful bounty hunter Casta, known for being ruthless, known for being beating him to several scores. You go back to the auction house scene from the beginning. She outbid him, but she had someone else come collect the item. So basically, they're constantly warring over different goods, and she's like, just like one step ahead of him usually. And he's like, I don't want to have to kill someone, but it's the only way to get the next step ahead. So yeah, he's like trying to get back and focus, but he's like, if she ruins this job, I'm gonna lose my mind. And one thing you'll also learn about Glean is that he's got a temper. Like he's cool, like the people person, likes the people pleaser, loves to talk to people, but like as soon as things don't go his way, he's got a temper. So yeah, I'm gonna roll my 3d6. That was a lot of setup for that, so thank you for bearing with me.
I love it.
It's like you spotted the mailman.
Yeah, exactly. I spotted that. I'm just. So it's a controlled, standard, and I have 1 bonus die.
Correct.
Okay.
You got a 5. Okay.
Whew. All right.
So I think that the effect is I'm going to mark off one piece of the forged document, just because it took some time, especially as you were distracted by seeing someone who you did not expect to see at the train station today.
Yeah.
It made you take a little bit more time than otherwise you would have been able to do something like that. And as a result, it gave the people looking into your documents just a little bit more time to confer with one another and start to confirm each other's suspicions there. So I'm changing the clock to one piece marked off.
So time's ticking down, but I'm getting a good feel for like how these trains are set up, how they connect, and how to meet up.
Yeah, and that's just it. So the complication was it took a little bit more time, but you got a 5. You succeeded. So you understand the layout of this train. You're able to notice the way that shadows are between the windows to tell kind of where things are between the train, how much space is there. You are able to smell exactly which train is going to have the sort of the live plant material in it, because it's all bundled together. It's all coming. So you know which car it's in. And you're pretty sure that if you got closer, you could probably figure out which precise barrels had what you were looking for. But you're able to, you have a good map in your head of exactly. And the train that you're looking for is maybe several, we'll say four cars away from where you are now, towards the center of the train. It's going to be almost the dead middle car. And if I'm not mistaken, that is where Miss and Ilhand, we last saw them. Is that correct?
All I want to, just to wrap up that moment, just
Yeah.
to say, I want to say, I'm going to confer this to Echo and Hook and say, I'm going to stay back here. You two meet up, and I give my one briefcase of like, fill it up and let's get off the train. And so like, you know, just get back there best you can. I'll keep a lookout, and I guess contact me with the ghost spooky stuff you got if you need me. But I'm gonna stay back here and keep the guards away from moving back to those train cars. So
Okay. So
now
now
we can go.
camera pans to Mist and Eelhand, and you guys have had an opportunity to kind of confer and say, all right, here's what we're going to do next. Where do you guys go from here?
So I'm thinking we should get that back there. You know, do we want to open up some doors, or how what are you thinking, Mist?
Well, I think we should check this car first, see if we can find the barrels in question in here. If not, we're gonna have to move through some cars to get to the right one. Possibly over the top of the passenger cars. And then, like, I got some bags with me. We can just load up as much as we can carry, get ready to take off.
Ah, you want to go outside of the cars, huh?
Well,
That's what you're
I
talking
don't
about.
want to walk through the passenger cars just
Oh, man.
because I don't like being spotted at all when I'm on
Just-
a job.
There's wires and stuff out there, you know. You got to be careful out there. But yeah, I can make it. I can make it happen.
Oh, I can make it happen too. So yeah, I think I'm just going to walk around and like look at the barrels just to see if they have like shipping labels on them, to see like I know it probably won't have the cargo manifest in it, but I'm sure we'd know where the destination of them is meant to be going.
Sure.
Gian, how many cars away are we? Are we on that car from the what we think is the car with the feline?
I think that you guys maybe
on the
we'll
car.
have to see. We'll have to see. I have an idea.
Something
So-
was locked up wherever you're at, so you unlock something.
It might be
Can we
that
roll a
car. We
prowl?
don't-
Could I roll prowl to figure out, or survey to have figured out which car we were going to?
Yeah, absolutely. So you want to survey to figure out which, is this in a flashback or is this
Surveying.
now?
So at the side of the track, surveying to see which one was sagging just a little bit more than the other cars.
Okay, yeah. So the
Flashback.
complication, I'm going to say it's a zero stress flashback, something you would have done without, being too like, that's pretty far out there. This is pretty standard. Zero stress flashback. Complication, let's see. It's in a flashback. I'll say it's going to be alarm. But it's going to be the alarm clock. In your survey, if something goes wrong, perhaps you've touched something that probably shouldn't have been touched. It doesn't necessarily set off an alarm and you're able to stop it, but a potential consequence could be the alarm clock filling up more.
And I want to push it, and knowing like that's where I would have placed the previous tinker that we did would have been on that car. So that's where I
Mhm.
want to push it on that maybe would have triggered the alarm.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So, if you would like to push yourself, that'll be 2 stress for a
Done.
bonus die.
Can we
Um,
say that I'm also providing the help action in
Ex-
that? Just
yep.
like going and looking at all of the stuff at the same time and just like
yeah.
checking that
And
out.
and you guys had time to confer and all of that. So yeah, if you want to take 1 stress, that'll give you a second bonus die, Eelhand, on your survey roll.
All right, hit me with the position.
Oh, your position. Let's just do a risky standard.
Risky standard. 2 bonus die.
2 bonus
Bonus
die.
dice. Here we go.
6.
Yeah, that's a 6. 1
We
is
only
6 and a 1.
we only care about the highest, fortunately. 2
What
ones
is
and
this
a
luck?
6.
Eelhand's got a snake eyes.
Oh, he's got the slimy hand.
Slime sixes.
So, Eelhand, you're able to, based on the way that each train car is assembled, and your knowledge of mechanical things, and seeing so much rotting food because of your history with the trash, you know what would be best to preserve fresh food. It's not something you see very often, is fresh produce, but you see the remnants of it in peels and rinds and that sort of thing. And you can tell which car probably is carrying the live plants based on that information. And you recognize it. It's not the car that you're in right now, that you picked the lock to get into, but it is 1 car away.
He's going to throw a banana peel. He's going to pull out a peel, rub it on his face, and give it a whiff, and throw it in his hat for later.
Glean's like in the other car, like, why do I smell banana?
What do you think? How do you want to approach it, Mist?
Well, I could slip over there pretty easily without being detected. I could do that, or we could work our way back over to that door instead.
I mean, brace yourself, because you know that the train is going to come to a stop soon. It's going to come to a quick stop if I did it right.
Yeah, and we should be ready by the time it comes to that stop with the goods already in bag.
Oh, I'm
by
sorry.
the way, I
Has
should
the
probably
train
tell
actually
the
left?
others.
No, the train is stationary now, but that's a good point. There should be a threat of the train leaving, so I'm going to go ahead and start another clock. That's just
Oh yeah.
train leaves station.
The train attempting to leave the station because
right,
of the caustic
exactly.
furball.
Right, exactly. Just
Well, if that's timed properly, that won't come into effect until just after the train leaves.
No, till the tunnel. Till the tunnel. That's what we're hoping for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Getting up another clock here.
I should really have told the others about that. That's kind of unfortunate. They might get lurched against a wall. I don't know. You might know.
It can be assumed that this again was all part of the plan, and they're already knowing that this is exactly what you were going to do.
To tell them that. Heck
We had a great poker game. We all talked about it. You know, like I remember very clearly all of our discussions about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's a little bit smaller of a clock because I didn't do my real estate properly, but we got our train leaves clock up there now.
Little baby clock.
I think there's at least a tick on that clock.
I was gonna say, yeah.
There's
Out of
two.
here.
I think that's fair.
I kind of want this train moving.
Yeah, let's go ahead. And
We like to cause problems on purpose.
Yeah,
You want this train moving so you can stop it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Here, we'll even give it two mark forwards.
Even better.
Yeah,
Even better.
So.
Can't make it easy for us.
You guys keep rolling so well. The consequences have been relatively minor.
We gotta take more double bargains.
Every time Eelhand crits, I'm gonna add another bounty hunter. I just want to say that like another bounty hunter shows up for me just to cause more problems.
So we need to get to the train. We need to get to that car. That's the goal. Like we need to get over there and get this stuff broken out and opened up.
Definitely.
How are we gonna do that?
Well, I can always fly. No, float, but you know.
I've never seen anybody float. What are you talking? Like you taking drugs or something?
Let's
You're
just
hitting
say
that
it's an
electroplasm.
ability that I picked up.
Let's see it. Show me. Float over the top of it.
All right. I'll go ahead and activate Ghost Veil, which starts off as a 2 stress thing, but I am going to add 1 stress to make it last a few minutes rather than moments. And I am going to add a 2nd stress, so that's 4 total, so I may float through the air like a ghost.
I love it. So what do we see?
You just see her being like, well, if you want to see it, this is a one-time thing, and I'm gonna make this quick. I'll meet you there. And you just see as like the shadows come in around her, and then you can see through her a little bit. And she starts floating off of the ground. And she just like moves straight through the door, and you see the spectral form like floating up over the car that we need to pass. And she just floats right up over and into that car that we need to get into.
All right. And yeah, you used your special ability and you took a fair number of stress there. So you don't even need to roll. There is no obstacle with how much you are utilizing your Ghost Veil ability. So without issue or problem, you managed to right in there. And now let's cut back to the crew in the passenger car. Last we saw you, Glean had just scouted and he has a map in hand, and Echo is trying to lead the way. What do we see?
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
Hook is just terrified of Ghost Girl and is just kind of going along with what she says because he doesn't really know what ghost powers she has or whatever, and he doesn't really want to mess with that. Like, Doghead guy, sure, that's fine. Scout out, whatever. Ghost Girl, he's not sure what's up with. So.
I think the main thing is I'm encouraging you guys to go on without me because I'm going to stay in the car and I want to like keep guards here. I'm probably going to make a big commotion because I'm going to go probably pick a fight with Casta basically. So go on ahead, take my briefcase and like go figure out if we can get that stuff from them or not. They should be in the car already, right?
Okay. Echo is going to just kind of look at Glean and go, "You all right, love?"
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm great. I'm doing so good. That's what you meant to say, right?
That's all right. And she's just going to turn around and come on then, Poppet. To I'm sorry, I forgot what your character's name.
Hook.
Hook, yeah. To Hook and yeah, just lead the way through the cars.
How does Hook react to that?
I think he just kind of like blanches and nods and picks up suitcases like he's just gonna kind of haul them through super awkwardly.
Yeah, the bathroom's that way. I'm trying to make a distraction for you guys.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, go on through. And then I'm going to just be loud and obnoxious in this room to cover that they're going out of the car, of the passenger car into a car.
All right. So I think that gets us where we can see some action here. So you kind of want to set up a distraction to help them travel the car without being noticed.
Exactly.
Okay, so what skill do you want to use to make your distraction? Making a distraction is one that can definitely use any skill you have.
Any skill?
I mean, just get creative with it if you need to. But yeah, how would you like to create a distraction?
I want to hunt Casta in a way that is, I want to use hunt and just go to Casta and be like, what are you doing here? And cause a big scene.
Okay. So let's say perhaps like you're trying to, your body language is how you would like stalk somebody, but you're only trying to really remain hidden from her. So you're using your like hunt things, and people are looking your way like, what is this crazy person doing? Risks or consequences would include her noticing you before you want her to, and any of the clocks will say is fair game.
Yeah, I
So-
really want to figure out what she's doing here, so I want to use the hunt skill to figure. Like, I have a target here, and I'm like, what is she
Yeah.
doing? But I'm being obnoxious about it, and it's like, this very like I stick out like a sore thumb, and I am making a lot of noise, and I'm going right at her, and I'm like, and then I'm just going to the other. I'm going to Hook and Echo, and I'm like, go, and I'm just going like, what are you doing here? Like, and I'm trying to act like I want to be aggressive, but also like aggressively friendly. Like, I want to disarm her in a way where she's like ready to fight me for whatever we're doing, but I'm like, what? My old friend, let me buy you a drink.
All right, let's does anyone want to assist, or do you want to push yourself for this hunt roll?
I will push myself, so that's 1 stress.
2 stress for pushing yourself. It's 1 stress if someone else wants to assist you.
Okay, I'll do 2 stress unless someone wants to assist me.
Nope. Sounds like a nothing.
That's okay. No, that's
fine.
the whole plan. Is I'm gonna stay back
Exactly.
here. You guys go get the stuff and get
Right,
out of here.
Exactly. It doesn't make sense to really help the distraction if they're trying to detract. Exactly.
I mean, I have an
So-
idea for a huge distraction. It would be a devil's bargain.
Okay.
I mean, having the brakes, like having it, I don't know, of like having it fast forward, having the train move, and then having the brakes go would be the biggest distraction you could think of. But that's a little
absolutely.
outside of the clocks.
But also, I
Right.
think that we should reserve that for when
So
we
we could
have
save that for
the,
later.
when we have the Fern in hand. We can
All right,
use that
all right.
chaos to get the hell out.
Nice.
I
so-
love that idea though.
So go ahead and you get 1 bonus die for pushing yourself.
Yeah.
And we'll say it's risky standard.
Risky standard. Okay.
yeah.
That's a
6.
6. Woo!
So you have all the right eyes on you and just the right amount of suspicion that the police, the blue coats in the area don't just fall on you right away, but they're like, let's see what this guy's doing. But they're definitely people are wondering what's going on. Some people are getting a little nervous. Other people think it's funny, and somebody maybe thinks it's even like street performance because like you have a crowd sort of like circling loosely around as you hone in, and the last person to notice seems to be Costa. And how do you approach her?
It seems super hostile at first, but then as soon as I start talking to her, I'm like, Costa, you son of a bitch, what are you doing here? And then it's like it's been forever. Let me buy you a drink. Let me treat you to something. And I'm making a big scene about it. And in that point, I hope I've made it very clear to Echo and Hook to get back there and get the stuff and get out. Like I will take the fall here. Like please take advantage of this because no one should notice you going through the door.
So yeah, the camera is going to be focused on kind of each of your side view of each of you, and Costa's just kind of but and then the camera slowly pans back over to the car and zooms in, and we see. I'll go to either group. First one to speak up. Who are we going to first?
Echo.
I think Echo and Hook, are just going through the door. I'm not sure how many cars we are away.
So
but...
you guys go through 2
I think it
cars.
was 4.
Yeah, so you guys go through the first 2, and the distraction caused by Glean is perfect. Nobody's paying any attention. At one point, maybe even you like bump up against somebody a guard whose like face is pressed against the window, saying, "What the heck is going on? What's everybody looking at?" And you kind of bump him, and he's just like, "What?" And doesn't even like look away. He's just created like this big commotion out there, and you're in the second car going into the third car. So you're actually between the 2 cars when you notice that there's a similar lock system that Mist had encountered with the wires going into the locking mechanism. What do you do?
Echo's gonna kind of bend over and look at it. Hello. Let's see. Can I use my I don't know if this works. Can I use my ghost key?
What is
So
the
the
ghost
ghost-
key?
The ghost
I don't know what it
key?
is.
So the ghost key is more if you were to go into the ghost field, there's
Okay.
places where you can lock people out of the ghost field and almost have like the way a key works in real life, a locking key would just be for the ghost field. So it can help you get access to a place there. I would say you would need to somehow transport yourself to the ghost field, maybe unlock the door in the ghost field, go through, and then come out. And there's maybe using a tune or something like that if you want to go and try something to put yourself on the ghost field. But there may be consequences.
Sure. I would definitely like to try that.
All right.
Does my ghost mind help with that or no?
Let me read that. Let's see. You know what? I think what we'll do is we'll have you roll what's called a fortune roll, which is just an unmodified d6. So it's
Okay.
just for dumb luck. So just roll 1d6. If it's, let's see, and this will just determine a 4 that's above a 3. So there is a friendly presence on the other side that can help guide you through. And we'll say that increases your effect by 1.
Okay.
Can I assist this?
Yeah. How do you want to help?
Ilhan sitting there on the side. He just sees this mist walk through as a ghost. He's like, "What? He's walking over there. Oh man, I remember that Whisper walking like that as I saw her walk through the streets." And he's gonna try to communicate as having a dot and a tune. Wants to attune to check in with Echo, and at that moment, see her start to move and kind of point out a different gate into the ghost field.
Sure. So, yep,
So
you'll
more of
take
the
one.
experience that he's kind of seen her move and knows that she can do it, sort of affair.
Yeah, maybe you can feel after watching Mist having just the way that Mist did it was a little bit more unique. Mist just naturally did it, whereas Echo is sort of reaching out into and getting some entity on the other side to help guide her in. And you feel the difference between that because you've noticed how both of them do that. And you feel Echo start to reach out into that ghost field as you attune to the ghost field. So take 1 stress because it's always a little stressful when you go into the ghost field. But Echo, you'll get an extra dice or an extra die as a bonus die. Would you like a devil's bargain or to push yourself for a second die?
I'll take a devil's. Well, I'll consider a devil's bargain.
Sure, always consider. It's if the devil's bargain I haven't, and if any other players want to chime in, I always like to hear what you guys have to offer. But mine would be that the friendly entity on the other side is of a relative that you did not get along with very well. And who that is and sort of what that relationship is up for you to decide. But the entity is friendly enough to help you come into the ghost realm. But when you get there, you recognize that it's a loved one who is not so much love between you guys.
And they don't like cats.
Oh, friendly doesn't like cats, but also like, you know, that kind of friendly where like I'm giving helpful advice, like you should eat less or something, where it's just like that awful, you know, the backhanded compliments or whatever.
And no obligation. You can always say no. You can always push yourself and you'll get that bonus die without the devil's bargain just for 2 stress, or just say, I would just want to roll it how it is.
I don't know how I would roleplay that with my character not being able to say much. So I will just take the extra stress, I guess.
All right, so you push yourself. You understand that this is, a lot is on the line here, and get that extra motivation. All right, so I think it's a risky position, and you got one effect increase. Let's just go risky great. You have a lot of stuff helping you out right now. Risky great.
And the bonus, it was 2 dice.
1 for the assistance offered by Eelhand, and 1 for pushing yourself. Yep, 2.
Okay.
Oh no.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
So you add them all together, right?
So we got a 3, a 2, a 2, and a 1. Doesn't matter. We only care about the 3, and it doesn't matter again because that is a failure. So I'm going to Echo, as you reach out to the ghost field, you feel guidance being offered by both a companion on the other side and in the material world. But right before your consciousness manages to cross over, some sort of ward that you have not experienced before just shunts you right out back into the physical world. Your consciousness just slams into the back of your head. Take level 1 harm shunted. Just for that will be the description. And I'm also, the energy you used is going to tick the alarm box by 2 because that electroplasm started to mess with some of the wiring, and that effect is starting to build in the system. You're free to resist. There's 2 separate consequences then. There's the harm, and there is the clock. You're free to resist either, both, or neither.
I would like to resist. I would like to use my, again, I don't really know what these things do, but I would like to use my fine lightning hook to see if I could hook that entity before they shunt me out, and I don't know, put them in my spirit bottle.
Okay, so yeah, you want to go even further and resist the shunting. That's fine. Let's see. So that's going to be
Bottle it.
Oh, can I also like retroactively go back and put my spirit mask on? Because I
Sure.
think that offers
Yeah.
me some protection as well.
Yep. So, mark those 2 items off on your list. So what we'll do is mechanically you resist the shunting portion of that, and that's fair game. And go ahead and let's see. You automatically resist. You don't have to roll to see if you resist, but let's see how much stress you take, and it's going to be 6 minus a resolve resistance roll.
Oh no. Okay.
All right, so you take 5 stress.
I am at trauma right now.
All right. So you get you resist the shunting, but maybe you shouldn't have. Being trapped in there with whatever was trying to force you out has inflicted some sort of mental wound upon you that will probably never go away as long as you live. So if you see to the right of your stress on your character sheet, there's a number of traumas listed. Select one of those and tell us which one you picked.
I am haunted.
You are haunted. This entity will not leave you alone and is always in your background. So for right now, until it makes sense in the story, you are out of the quote unquote scene. So it doesn't mean that you're out of the score, but with this new haunting, you are going through something right now. So describe kind of what we see as you are temporarily sort of quote unquote paralyzed.
What if you could talk normal now? Like, like it's such an amazing haunting that you're out of your phrases.
I think that she so yeah, she's always has looked kind of haunted already, I guess. Just kind of eccentric looking, kind of almost like a pleasant, almost happy expression on her face. But that has kind of shifted now, and she looks concerned and a little almost afraid. So she's just got this kind of fear in her eyes now.
All right, you feel the presence. Let's jump to Miss and Eelhand. What are you guys up to?
Man, it'd be nice to have some donations to add some dice to keep that from happening.
Well, since I made the Ghost Veil ability work for several minutes, for a few minutes rather than a few moments, I imagine I floated into that other car, and now I'm just sticking my head into barrels to see which one is the right one.
Yeah, just literally your whole head through the solid mass and then being like, this isn't it. Yeah, one by one, you managed to narrow down the 4 barrels that certainly contain that fragrance that you would know to be Feline Fern. So you have the barrels, or you at least know which ones they are.
Now tell me, my Ghost Veil ability turns everything that's on me insubstantial. But would it be possible to like pull out, I'd call it burglary gear, but it would really just be duffel bags, and like put them through the barrels, scoop as much into it as possible by making just the bag substantial, and then remaking the bag insubstantial with its contents.
You know, I've read this book, and Blades in the Dark, get your copy today by bidding the most in our auction. Yeah, but it doesn't say you can't anywhere in there. So I'm going to say absolutely you can hand select what is incorporeal and what is more corporeal. So yeah, you kind of phase the bag in, phase in the base to sort of start scooping forward, and then the side parts to make sure none spill out, and then kind of saunter it through as you slip it out, and your contents, the bales of Feline Fern are in these, they're big duffel bags, but they're duffel bagged.
And I imagine right about that point is where my Ghost Veil would wear off.
Yep, and right as that, you got your bags cinched up, and all of a sudden you feel heavier. Maybe it even takes a moment. It's never comfortable when you go from this floaty, nice feeling to just like, my body again, right?
I imagine that I always forget to land. So once it wears off, my boots just like clunk to the ground.
Yeah, you hear that thud as you drop the 4 inches down where you were floating above before, just thunk.
Yeah.
Was it 1 barrel worth or multiple barrels worth of duffel bags?
She got all 4.
Nice. Okay.
Miss got all 4.
That's awesome.
So they're duffel bagged up.
Can I make a devil's bargain with you?
What you got?
What I'm thinking is, I'd imagine that at this point it's about to leave, so folks are probably getting on board. Like there might be guards trying to get on board. Can I make a devil's bargain and maybe even roll wreck, or have some sort of flashback to, I mentioned before messing with the wire that to try to do some sort of thing messing with the electroplasm. Could I have that point actually trigger the train to leave station early?
Yeah.
My deal here is triggering forwarding the alarm and fully forwarding train leaves, but getting rid of a couple guards.
Oh,
you want to take the guards out?
I want to take a couple guards out, make it easier to get off of this thing.
You
All of a
run
sudden
over
it
the
just
train?
lurches and leaves the station.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And
And
you
I'll be
want to
game to use rec for that
Yeah, I think you can definitely use rec for that. So
and push myself.
let's see. We're gonna say risky position.
Risky.
And
I
any of
can't think of
the
a riskier one, really.
right. I don't think it's desperate though, because he's worked in the biggest air quotes ever on the train previously. He's done his work on that train before. So I'm gonna say it's risky rather than desperate. An effect would be standard.
All right.
You can push yourself. You said you want to push yourself, so that'll be 2
Yes.
stress, and you'll get an
2.
extra die. Does
Halfway
anyone
there.
want to assist this in some way?
See if the
Hook,
chat wants
Hook,
to
can
add
you
a
help
die.
with that?
I can totally help with this. So I was thinking before when
Or
he
the
was
chat?
like,
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah. Oh, sorry. Donations first. But yeah, I was thinking before when he was like, yeah, I want to set off an alarm about the ectoplasm. I was thinking flashback to Hook explaining to him, now the alarm you want to set off if you want to get the train out of the station is the haunted caboose lamp. There's a haunted caboose. You just want to get out of the station, leave the ghost behind. So that's the one you got to set off to get them going. So I'll take a stress and add a die for that.
All right, that's perfect. All right. So you got
Feels
2.
the energy of Echo going into the ghost, the bottling up of Echo. He's like, the caboose. It's on the caboose. That's what he told me earlier. Get on the caboose.
Let's see the rec roll with 2 bonus die.
5.
With a 5. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
gonna say so you succeed. I'm going to bump up just to cause a little bit more chaos. I'm gonna bump up the alarm. I mean, almost at this point, the alarm wouldn't necessarily go off, but people are alarmed, right? The consequences. You're right.
Really?
The
Much
train
worse.
is moving when it shouldn't be, and people are not, ready. And they've already been this big commotion with this weird dog man that's just kind of like lurching around and making everybody uncomfortable. And then he starts screaming, and now all of a sudden a train is just moving. So like it's kind of just like building up. And so I'm just going to actually just delete the alarm clock altogether and just say people are now alarmed. But so the guards are rushing towards the train, and sure enough, in rushing towards the train, people are not in the best of position, and several guards are run over by the
Yes.
moving train and caught between the cars.
Add him
What
to
is
the
the-
ghost field.
For everybody else, all of a sudden the train is a go.
Ooh.
And this is all a part of the plan, but how do we see you guys react?
I spilled a drink onto Casta. I had just bought a drink from like the food cart, and I was like, "This is like a peace offering," and I just like spilled it all over.
Yeah, Casta is like looking over, hearing the train and the commotion, and you spill the drink right on her face, and she quickly like goes back to you and is like, "What are you even doing here?"
What are you doing here?
Well, I was trying to get the train, and just kind of like motions over. The train is moving. It's not supposed to leave yet.
You trying to get the train? You trying to get the whole train, huh? You're always trying to take my stuff.
Wait, you're here on a job?
Are you? I'm not. Are you on a job?
I'm always on a job. What
Well,
job you working?
I'm always. I don't want to talk about it.
Well, I don't want to talk about it either.
Fine.
Fine.
We don't want to talk about it.
Fine.
Just don't get in my way.
All right, camera pan to Echo and Hook.
Had we made it inside already?
Uh,
Inside.
let's say that you are haunted right now. Hook, what are you doing? And we'll say you can even, but right before the train is moving, let's say, and then you can insert the train moving in there.
So I think he's pretty much freaking out. There's way too much ghost stuff going on. There's ghost stuff on both ends of this door, but he knows there's at least something he needs to finish this job and get away from the ghost stuff on the other side of the door. So I think he's going to use Rec and just try and get through that door after he sees Echo like try and talk to a door and then lose that discussion.
Brilliant. All right. So yeah, trying to wreck the door open, and that can even work as a path for Mist and Eelhand's exit. Trying to make that clean opening out, just as a suggestion. But we'll have to see if it works first. So let's see. I'm going to say it's a risky standard position. Does anyone want to assist?
What was that action?
Wreck for the door.
I'm absolutely crawling
was
on
gonna
the
say, this
outside
is
of that
definitely
and wrecking
up
it.
your- Yeah. Okay. So
100%.
maybe using some of those caustic
Yeah,
furballs.
pulls out the sink, and half of his blowgun gets blown off as it hits the wall as the train starts moving. So he has to turn a little bit and thunk.
Yeah, you're
It's just the
calibrating.
latch, and
Yeah,
part
you're
of
calibrating for that.
the door starts to swing because one of the latches gets pinned.
All right, let's see if it happens. All right, so you're getting the assistance, and because he has those caustic furballs, that'll also give you a +1 effect because he did incorporate that into his assistance. So we're gonna say it goes to risky great rather than a risky standard. You do get a bonus die for the assist. Would you like to push yourself or a devil's bargain?
Oh, most definitely. He is pushing himself through this door.
Yeah, that makes sense. So go ahead.
Pushing the door.
Yes.
Go ahead and mark off the 2 stress and make your roll. And we got a 4. That's a partial success.
I took a stress.
So I'm going to say that in the explosion, your arm gets burned by some of the shrapnel. You managed to burst through that door, but he's coming in at the other side. That stuff is just so caustic, it burned through more than what you would have expected. But it's still just a level 1 harm, and a level 1 harm burned arm is the description.
I would like to try and resist that.
Okay. So it's going to be 6 stress minus your resist roll, and because it's a physical injury, that is sorry, what is that called? Prowess.
Prowess. Okay. Bonus die is 0.
So you'll take 4 stress, but you manage to go through, but you are pushing yourself. You are in the moment, and you stop just a hair away from where that stops burning, almost like you had calculated it as well as its inventor of how much it would burn through. I mean, you guys are touching, but it doesn't actually burn you. And yeah, there's a hole going through the cars now that you guys have a clean getaway kind of through the train, through where you guys entered. But the train is lurching now, as we determined when that caustic furball was going through and being calibrated. Echo is still back in that other car, freaking out. The camera pans back over, and what do we see as she's continuing on her experience there?
So I can't do anything yet, or can I?
You can take some actions. Sort of, you're still going through it, but you're not necessarily, it's not as acute. But you can like move. I would say you could talk short sentences, but that's kind of what you already do. So maybe you can say like a word and kind of truncate that even more to like a word.
Okay. So she is still kind of stunned. I would imagine that like since she's haunted now, she like the whispers and things that she hears, everything is just kind of amplified, and maybe the entity that's haunting her is kind of loud in her head, and so she just kind of has this look on her face, like this pained expression, and it's kind of hard for her to focus on what's going on in the normal world anyway, but now it's even harder. But she's going to attempt to, now that the train's moving, I guess it's kind of more difficult, but she's going to attempt to follow through into the next car.
So you want to rejoin the group then?
Yeah.
So yeah, the car is moving, and that one voice is just so loud, but you're kind of stumbling, shaky on your feet, but you manage to make your way to the group. You hear the loud crash as Hook and Eelhand kind of on either side burst to make the train into much more of a tube, as it practically connects, and you guys have a nice tunnel at this point. But you're with the group. Mist, you're in the cart. You have the duffel bags there, and we have. How do you guys want to proceed from here?
Well, first off, I want to say I was totally not expecting the train to start moving at that exact moment. And I want to say that it started moving just before my ghost veil worn off. So when my feet hit the ground, it made me stumble back and I fall on top of the duffel bags. And then just get up like, oh, finally it started. Yeah, no, I'm fine. Oops.
In character.
Right, the stumble.
Camera stumble too. Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, my knee hit my desk and it, yeah.
Okay, so you guys are huddled up. You got your duffel bags. Now that you've collected them after you've collected yourself off of the floor, and then you collect the duffel bags. What do we see next?
Just like walk. I would just like. They just got into the car that I just got done loading. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, like they come into the car right as you finish bundling everything and collecting them up. You hear the big crash and they're coming through, and you sort of see the whole crew coming in at the moment where you've secured the goods.
Right.
And the train is moving.
All right. So now all we got to do is wait for it to get to that stop. And flashback, I talked to one of my shady friends, Telda the beggar, and she is going to be waiting at where we have the train stop, going to stop. That way we have some carts to disguise stuff in and push it
Ooh,
away without being noticed.
I love that.
Yeah, I'll say that's a level 1 stress flashback, because it involves someone else. But that's definitely going to that person. Well, describe. Is that the kind of relationship? Is that a favor that you could ask of her?
Yeah, I think that I think that Mist is always like hanging out with the marginalized people of the community, just like trying to make sure that everyone isn't going hungry or at least has like some water, that kind of stuff. Like she doesn't really get along in normal society at all, but she feels at home with the people who are not at home.
There you go.
Can I take a stress and assist?
So this wasn't even necessarily a roll. This was just
Yeah,
she
this is
called
just
in
a
a favor from a
flashback.
friend.
Perfect.
Yeah, this is just so she took one stress for the flashback, but other than that, Mist is called in the favor, and you guys have your getaway accomplice, and we'll assume that they are in position. In the meantime, your train is leaving the station, literally, and one of, let's say, Glean, you spot one of the guards running towards sort of a central office, and he says, "We'll cut power to the whole tracks. It's the only way." And he's running towards that.
Oh no.
What do you do, Glean?
Wait, sorry, was that me?
Yes.
Wait, wait.
So they're all in the moving train. You see a guard in your banter with Costa. You hear and with your acute senses see a guard who is saying, "I'll cut power to the whole track. That'll stop it. It's the only way," as they rush towards a central office.
I don't want them to do that. Yeah, okay. I was like, hold on. Like, this isn't my problem, right? I'm talking to Cat. No, it is my problem. It's my ears hearing it.
Got
Well,
a $50 donation.
ooh.
Ooh. Thank you.
right.
Thank you.
All right, Frisky. Are you gonna help me or hurt me? No one has busted out the guns yet. I want to bust out a fine pair of pistols.
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to escalate things very drastically. We have 15 minutes left, right?
Yeah, we're coming towards the conclusion here. I mean, the getaway vehicle is getting away. You're behind, and everybody else is on the train. This probably seems like it's going according to plan, but the wrinkle being the guard. So yeah, you're further away. Pull out a pistol and let's see what happens. So what would you? Your goal, I'm assuming, is to shoot the guard before they get to the get in the office there and cut the power.
I would like to shoot a warning shot to get them to stop moving, and I'll be like, I'm like, Casta, I'm sorry about your job, but this job's over. And I'm gonna kind of just shoot like I've already made so much of a distraction. I'm gonna make the biggest distraction possible and just shoot one of my pistols in the air, and get that to get their attention.
On one hand, this seems
Past
desperate.
a milestone. Yeah.
Nice.
Yes. But yeah, I think this may be desperate.
Yes, absolutely.
Sounds like a lot could go wrong if things go wrong. So we'll call it desperate. But you do have the pistol, which is good at making a distraction. I'm going to just say, let's go. It's, 15 minutes left, like you said. Yeah, so let's go with a desperate great roll. If it goes bad, it goes really bad. If it goes good, it goes really good.
Yes, that's exactly what I want. Again, this guy, I am Glean is such a high temper person, and stuff starts going wrong. He just starts panicking. This is a. Can I still use hunt for this?
Yeah, for shooting a gun and trying to hit a specific. Yeah, I think hunt makes total sense.
So desperate, great.
Do you want to push yourself? Do you want assistance?
I think because I left myself behind. I don't know if unless we did a flashback or something or some sort of setup.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, if you wanted to flashback, I don't know how you get assistance on this one, if I'm being honest, but I'm always open to creative solutions.
If someone has an idea,
Right,
I'm welcoming it, but otherwise I'm just gonna I'm kind of curious what the devil's bargain is for this too.
Yeah, devil's bargain.
4 cars away.
Make a gun explode.
The devil's bargain is going to be that the guard that you fired at was the bounty that Costa's there to collect.
Oh, I'm 100% taking that. Because
you don't know if you've hit the guard yet or not. We don't know how well and you want a warning shot, but
I want a warning shot, but
yeah.
I'm sorry. I literally just said sorry about your job, Casta.
Right, exactly.
Perfect.
So I'm taking that. I'm going to add 1 bonus die. Here we go. That is a terrible roll.
So we'll say that.
I don't think that warning shot is a warning shot.
Yeah.
No, I think I just killed the guy.
Yeah. Yeah. So sure enough, you try to shoot right between his legs, but you managed to shoot right between his eyes. And you managed. He drops down, and people are panicking at this point. The only one who's not is Costa, who kind of reaches out and grabs your shoulder and says, "What did you do? Do you know how many coin that guy was worth to me? And you're just for what? Why did you?" And she is losing it at you.
Was
it everybody else?
Was it a bring him in alive or dead?
Wait, good point. I'm assuming you don't need him, do you?
I don't need him. Do you need him alive or dead?
I'll make it work. And saunters off casually towards the body. But in the meanwhile, everybody else is losing their mind, freaking out because a member of the guards was shot. The guards
I'm sorry. I'm leaving. I'm not going to cause any more problems. I'm going to go.
The guards start backtracking from where they were, kind of chasing after the train. They're now turning around and running towards the body of their fallen comrade. And you know a crow is going to be there soon, followed by the spirit warden, who's going to be talking with all of these guards and witnesses who may have seen a dog man shoot a police officer. One of the blue coats.
I'm going to run for the rest of the party and be like, give me some of that Fern. Give me some of that Fern. We need a cat now.
So how do you want to make your dashing escape?
I just finesse. I think is just I'm gonna push myself and just finesse sorry. I guess is it prowl? I guess prowl is more appropriate there. For what I want to do, which is just like book it back there. I'm jumping over obstacles. I'm throwing up doors. Everything's in chaos. I'm just like running back, and I'm like, I need some Fern.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and are you running towards the train, or did you have like another spot where you were going to meet up with them?
Maybe I'll meet up at the carts with the contact. Like that's something part of the flesh. Part of the plan was to get this Fern to this contact. So I'm gonna try to meet them up at the contact. I'm like, I'm gonna need some Fern. We need to summon a cat right now.
So you're going towards the your escape, and yeah, there's a lot of panic and people running. You're going in and out of crowds and sort of knocking over obstacles as everybody else is as they're trying to get out, but trying to blend in with the crowd and not be spotted as the guy who did it, so to speak.
I'll ditch my Hawaiian shirt, maybe like tie it over my head or something. I'm just like, I'm not the dog guy. I swear I'm not the dog guy.
So we'll say let's say it's a risky position. There's enough chaos that I think you might be able to blend in with the crowd. And you're kind of used to doing that sort of thing, I think. So, because you said you're sort of the more social stealth person. It sounded like I took that approach often. So we'll say your crowds are not unfamiliar to you. So we'll say risky position, standard effect. Would you like to push yourself or?
I absolutely would like to push myself.
All right.
I'll take 2 stress.
Yep, 2 stress, and you get an extra die.
Good Lord.
Oh.
All right. You are being tailed by a whole crew of blue coats who are tracking your every movement.
I'd like to resist them.
Okay. No, that's absolutely fair. So let's see. That was
prowess resist or insight resist or
I think it's prowess. Let's see. No, it's not physical strain. Let's say no, I guess let's prowess. It's more physical than anything else.
And no bonus dice, right?
No bonus dice.
There's a 6. Yes.
All right, it's free.
There we go.
Just kidding. That group of blue coats did not see you, and you managed to slink away. And you know what? You weren't even worried about it. You knew they didn't see you. You're not stressed.
I'm just imagining like another dog-headed person getting assaulted by them.
Perfect. That's perfect. In fact, exactly. There's just another person running like everybody else, but happens to have similar. He's also from Tykeros, and everybody there is like dog-like, or lots of people there at least are dog-like, we'll say. And
it's super racist for them to just assume it's like a different breed entirely. He's got like the floppy ears. I got the pointy ears.
Yeah, and he takes the heat as you kind of slink out, and you know that won't last forever. Like you're not thinking that like, oh, this will just all, but at least gives you enough time to get out and make it towards the rest of the party as we see the train coming into a stop at exactly the right moment. And
now it's all you guys.
The getaway cart, you guys kind of converge there as the getaway cart is being loaded up with the duffel bags. And Miss Friend is like, are we all here? Is everybody here?
And you see Eelhand slink down with the rope. I'm going to fill out my light load with climbing gear and say that I pounded in a piton on the top of the train and had a rope coming down so that we could all kind of guide down with the rope. So pounds in a couple pitons, comes zipping down on zip. Let's get off of this train.
All right. And so we kind of see the exiting shot of the cart going into town, past the train, as we zoom out on the city and we see just more and more the spirit wardens are showing up. It's a full-on investigation at Gaddock Station. Meanwhile, over here, we just see this cart going down the street as everybody's rushing that way. And you go to the canal meetup spot, and you see the older woman who's there, and she's excellent, excellent. And I've brought these, and holds up a basket filled with a kitten for each of you.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
I immediately go for Little Rascal, the orange one.
I'd
Not
like
this
to
is
do
this
a-
is when I'm going to use my command roll if need be.
I'd like to
I imagine
do
there's a black cat. Like
Okay,
Echo
flashback.
Black
Say that
Cat.
I negotiated for one additional kitten. That way I can give one to Telda.
All right. That's yep. We flash back, and you kind of take the older woman aside as you guys were exiting. And one more thing, you want the best of the best. I have the best getaway driver in the city, and we're willing to pay. Consider it done. And so, yeah, you take an extra to, yep. And
I
that
think
was
the black
See
cat
cat.
is part of the haunting of Echo, and
Mm.
Echo's family member is embodied in this black cat.
I think Echo needs a familiar to ward away whatever is haunting her.
I
And
think cat is definitely going to be a boon for her.
if nothing else, no more pesky crows.
Exactly.
I think Glee gets there last and grabs whatever remaining kitten there is and just grabs like a handful of Fern and just darts back and is like, "Go do the thing!" All right, your name is Kitty Cat. Go for it.
All right. Well, that was Feline, Fern, Felony.
Yay.
Thank you all for participating. Thank you again to Meowrathon, to OD&D, and Simply Cats. Thank you all so much for your donation. It looks like Frisky is currently the leading donor. So
Unless Anonymous,
Unless
150
Anonymous
wants
comes
it.
forward.
right.
Yeah.
So maybe Anonymous, if you want to reach out through the Discord, and identify yourself. If not, then Frisky is the winner of our book, graciously donated by Daryl. If anyone, I hope everybody had a great time. I sure did. And thank you all.
Let's
Thank you,
before
Joshua.
before we all leave, let's all reintroduce ourselves. And if you have something to plug, why don't you go ahead and plug away?
Yeah.
So my name is Joshua. I don't have anything to plug at the moment, but I'm happy to be a part of this.
Go ahead.
All right, I was just gonna say, hey y'all, I've been Crimson Galaxy. That's KRIMSIN, because I'm not me without a little bit of sin. And you can catch me on Twitter, just posting about my upcoming games and projects at sin_gal. Tomorrow, you can catch me over playing Curse of Strahd over on twitch.tv/fantasygrounds. On Sunday, you can catch me back over on Fool's Moon EI with our Call of the Netherdeep campaign. On Monday, you can find me at Party Wipe Games playing Avatar Legends. Like couple years after Korra disappeared into the spirit realm, we're picking up from there, and we're covering some like real life-ish topics on that one, because we are covering the equalist movement and the ramifications of what that was, since the show didn't actually like go into detail afterward. And then
I was
on
curious about
Wednesday,
that.
you can find me playing Isekai University on twitch.tv/Veldrinth. That's VALDRIANTH. Our season finale is this Wednesday.
Nice.
I'm Paula. I have a vintage shop called Witchy Vintage. You can find me at Witchy Vintage on Instagram or witchyvintage.com. And yeah, it was super fun playing with everyone.
Paula, are you selling a coat made of quilts? Is that on your site right now?
You know, not
cool
right
boots?
now, but I do have a lot of really cool Victorian boots and lots of Victorian antiques. Oh, and I did, I donated an antique spider brooch to the raffle. It's really cool. So
Thank you. Well, since I'm talking, first want to plug, go play in person with your friends if you can. It's super fun. Reach out to friends that maybe
I don't know
might
that
not
podcast.
play.
What's up with that?
Actual play or
What do you
We've been
mean?
roasting in our garage playing Storm King's Thunder, and it's been awesome playing in like 85-degree heat. If you're in Boise, consider, I'm a part of Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue. If you do outdoorsy stuff, consider joining up and helping out. Or we're doing our first ever live auction this year. So look up Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue and go out and have fun in the wilderness. We don't charge for rescues. And cats need to be rescued.
Yeah.
All right. I'm Matthew. I have nothing to plug, so I'm just gonna say donate for the kitties.
And
That's what it's all about.
it's all about the cats. And I'm Tim, Skeletim. I'm on Skeletim on Twitter and Twitch, or I'm Skele_Tim, because I couldn't get the usual username. Someone's sitting on it still. I don't know. Sometimes I stream games. Sometimes I jump on tabletop streams. Eventually things may happen. Who knows? I really like tonight. I want to thank the whole party and Joshua for running a really fun game and the Meowrathon. I really hope you guys hit your goals and we save a lot of kitties this way. I'm usually a dog guy, but I do have a soft spot. My cats growing up were Ben and Jerry. They were the best. I have definitely a sweet tooth. So this was fantastic. Thank you so much for watching us play.
Thank you guys for playing in our Meowrathon. That was a lot of fun to watch. I always love Blades in the Dark. All right, stay tuned. In about an hour, we're going to have Kids on Bikes with Ari, so that'll be exciting. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks, Joshua.
Yeah, thanks.
Bye.
Thank
And
you.
Frisky, I'll get your email over to Daryl.
Thank you.